meeting. We will begin at 5:33. We will begin with the patriotic exercise. We have a student from Washington. Well, our meal is coming down.
Hello. Unfortunately, our students are not here yet, but I have another Washington student who is willing to step in and help solve the problem. Just part of the Wildcat way. This is the mic here. A little closer to you. Can you start by introducing yourself?
Hello, my name is Harlow.
And whose class are you in, Harlow?
I'm Miss Frankie.
And what is something that you really like about being a student in Washington? You don't know.
Well, how was field day?
It was fun.
What was the best part?
I think when we did the inflatable race.
That was pretty fun. Did you remember if Mr. Du Bois squirted you with one of the water squirters? You got a lot of kids today. You guys are lucky he put it away for a game. Okay, so when we start the Pledge of Allegiance, we say, please stand.
Please stand.
And then you'll say, your right hand over your heart.
Put your right hand over your heart.
And then you'll together, right? Okay, let's get it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a beat.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the meal.
I have a beat.
Right, on item 3, roll call. Trustee Buscenti.
Right here.
Yay.
I am.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
I am present as well. As we move on to approval of agenda. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the
Amy? Doug, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item 5, public statement related to agenda items. We've received several emails and comments that the board has read as well. If you do want to make a public comment related to the agenda item, please fill out the blue slip in the back. We'll call you forward when time comes. Then 6, the union statement, Mr. Bird.
Mr. Bird. Right. Good evening, everybody. Just a little background. 2.5 years ago, I took a big leap of faith in this job, taking on the role of president of our teachers union in BEA. I don't know what I was thinking after just being in teaching for 3 years, but that said something about a district. I was just completing BITSA at the time, and it was very similar to beginning teaching. You're trained in a lot of procedures and a lot of possibilities of what could happen, and it's not until you're actually in the room where things happen that you see all the various puzzle pieces fall into place. I'm grateful to the BEA board who I served with, so our Vice President Geneva Perdomo, our Secretary Lindsay Mitchell, and our membership chair Amber Hughes. I wholeheartedly support Rosanna Bruzzi stepping into my current role, moving from our grievance chair. What I had yet to find out, when I took on this role was exactly how many puzzle pieces there are in this district. And I want to thank Dr. Silversmith for her leadership style and approach to union-related issues during my tenure, so thank you for that. As well as the many BSD cabinet members that I've dealt with, Matt Paveo, Marie Dela Cruz, Laura Afshar, Janine Few. And particularly what I want to say before my literal and figurative time is up is just a bit of gratitude to the many teachers that are in this district. A few are retiring this year and are here tonight, but they're the faces that our students look to, and we hope they look forward to seeing us. And this district employs the best, and so it's not surprised that we are giving our best every day. And I just want to congratulate everyone on a heartfelt and good run of 180 days, 84. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Is there anyone here from the CSEA? And we'll move on to the statement of the principal, Principal Hermio.
Hello, everyone. Hello, members of the board and district leadership. As we are approaching the final days of the school year, I want to take a moment to share just how wonderful this last couple weeks have been for all of our different school sites. The end of the year is a really special time in our school communities, and it's wonderful to see all the staff, students, families, and everyone in the community come together and just celebrate all that has been accomplished. Across the district, our schools are just filled with excitement right now as we're hosting a variety of events that are helping us close out the year on a high. We've had student performances, we've had community celebrations like open house, we've had many ceremonies, including some of the special ceremony that is happening here tonight. And there's just a lot of joy and pride that's in the air. If you've been around our campuses, you've probably seen some of the fun school dances happening over at BIS. The book fairs, the end of the year field trips, getting their classes and electives all squared away for next year. McKinley had their McKinley College today. Quite a few of us have had our field day events. Some of us have just had it today. Some of them are coming up still. It's been a really wonderful end of the year. Fifth graders have been showered with love with their celebration of the end of the year, including picnics, ditch days, things like that. We've had kindergarten operas. We've been having different end of the year culminating events to celebrate all of the different learning, like in history and things like that. There have been ukulele concerts, task testing. We're all done, I think, at this point. Founders Day celebrations. We welcomed our new TK and K families with our orientations just about a week and a half ago. Roosevelt had their wonderful annual Teddy Talks. There have been a few different egg drops happening around Burlingame, including at Washington. We've had variety shows and maybe some secret staff spirit weeks as well. There's been a lot of fun things happening as we're celebrating the end of the school year. But these are not just fun events, they're also meaningful events. They showcase the hard work and creativity of our students and our staff while reinforcing the strong connections that make our school community so special. So on behalf of all of our schools, I want to thank you all on the board for your continued support this year. It has made this year be a really wonderful school year, and it makes a lot of the things possible in our district. So we're grateful for your partnership. Thank you.
Before we move on to the statement of the superintendent, Principal Land or one of your vice principals, can I ask you to check in with music down the hall, possibly turn it down? And then we'll move on to statement of superintendent.
Thank you.
Okay, I will speak quickly as we have a ton of celebrations in the house tonight, and that's really why we're here. We're so glad to have so many of you in the audience. Thank you. The two things that I would like to talk about tonight, the first one is congratulations to our dual language immersion program that has officially been announced and will be celebrated in the middle of this month as being a district distinguished association of two-way dual language programs. Congratulations. One amazing thing about our K through 8th grade program and the work that our community has done, not only our parents and our students, but of course our staff. So thank you so much for that. And of course, we are going to celebrate today with some of our 8th graders. And the second thing that I would like to celebrate tonight is Burlingame Blue. So for those of you that are aware, Burlingame Blue is an affectionate name that we call anybody that is employed or works in our Burlingame School District, from the trustees, classified, certificated staff. We could not help to educate our almost 3,400 students without the just over 300 staff and these 5 elected trustees and the 3 that were up here with me at the beginning of the year, 2 who are here tonight. We are very proud of the work that we are able to do for our students. I'm very thankful for each of you who show up all the 108 5 contract days, but we know how many more days you are all thinking about the students and the work that we do. So thank you so much for everything you do, and thank you for an amazing school year. And we cannot wait for next year, but we do appreciate the break. So thank you for being here tonight to celebrate our students and our wonderful parent volunteers and some retirees and amazing people. So let's get going.
Thank you, Dr. Silversmith. Having chance for communication, everyone's had a chance to review the letter. Item 11, why everyone's here, the consent agenda. Alright, the consent agenda is a way to consolidate many items considered by the board to be routine business. These items often require approval, but do not need discussion. All trustees have reviewed the items in advance of the board meeting. Members of the board, staff, or public are able to request specific items to be discussed and removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any suggested consent items is appropriate at this time. Would anyone like to move anything off consent?
Yeah, just a very quick thing. I'd like to move item 11, C, human resources. Small c, CBO job description. There's a line I'd like to consider that. Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, before we vote, I'd like to propose addition. So I'm gonna propose adding a line in the CBO responsibilities table, basically just to state that the CBO is in charge of tracking federal and state grants. And make sure that that's something that's documented. So propose adding a second bullet, properly tracks federal and state grant programs. Yeah, and move approval of the consent agenda with that change. Okay.
I will second that with the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
So passes 5-0. Thank you, Doug. Right, item 12, we just do McKinley Vice Principal, Dr. Silverstone.
Right. Calling up Danya. After a very thorough process through our HR department, thank you, Director Afshar. You're welcome to have a seat. Thank you. We are honored to be bringing forward tonight Miss Donna, which is what she prefers to go by. She will be the vice principal to the McKinley Bulldogs. How many Bulldogs do we have in the house tonight? Of over 550 students in both programs. So they have an English program and they have the dual language program. We are honored to be adding a second TK there and a brand new TK building when Richard is done building it by himself. Yeah, Richard? No, it's beautiful. But we're excited to have you joining us. She comes to us when we called for her references. Ms. Susanna will tell you that her principal cried and beautiful references. So you rose to the top in every way that we did it. A beautiful panel with classified, certificated parent community. I heard that you were able to spend some time there at McKinley today. Did you go to the school today a little bit, or?
I'm sorry?
Did you make it to the school today?
No,
Oh, you didn't make it? Oh,
No,
okay.
I
But you're gonna make it there, is my understanding, and, but we're excited to have you here. You were at the farmer's market and you met many families there for the weekend when we were all at the farmer's market. And a very large background in early childhood, and we're excited to have you, help to continue to build our school district. So if you'd like to say a few words, so you'll oversee, McKinley, but also our expanded learning opportunities program. So, welcome.
Thank you for this welcome, and I'm very honored to be here tonight with all of you. And I was very excited to meet some of the families when we were at the farmers market. I come from a background where I have a big understanding of the after school program from where I used to teach, and I have a huge background in early childhood education. And I'm looking forward to work with a team that believes in dual immersion language, because from where I come from, languages is part of the learning since pre-K. So that's the aim. And I'm really grateful to be part of this community. Thank you very much.
You. You were already approved through the consent agenda, but we would welcome a picture with our board, and I believe McKinley is here with a few items for you. So if you could take a quick picture with our board, please.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. We'll take one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome. All right, we'll move on to item 13. We have numerous items of recognition. The first one is our mariachi school. DD.
We're good. We can improvise.
Good evening, everybody. We're so excited to be here tonight. This is Mariachi Unidos. We are student musicians from 3rd through 8th grade from all of our amazing schools here in Burlingame. Tonight, they are going to play some vibrant traditional mariachi music that they've been working hard on all year. And please enjoy this performance. We're gonna do one final song for you guys, if that's okay. Thank you so much. Before we wrap up, we just want to acknowledge our graduating eighth graders. Kenneth and Vanessa, can you join me, please? Over the past 2 years, they've helped shape the heart and spirit of this program with their talent, leadership, and dedication. We are incredibly proud of how far they've come in their musical journey, and we hope they carry the joy of mariachi with them into high school and beyond. I hope you guys also remember that you have a musical family here cheering you on. Feliz Navidad. Thank you guys so much, and thank you to the awesome staff that helped with this and the amazing maestros that make it possible. Thank you guys.
Alright, next is our dual language immersion, eighth grade class, Mr. Paveo.
Yes, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to lead this event tonight with our honoring our eighth grade DLI students for all their hard work. As I said earlier, this is now an award-winning program. It is such a point of pride for the district and also for McKinley, so deep into our school district. All the teachers that are here from McKinley and at BIS as well, who do all this hard work to give these kids where they're at. It is truly amazing. Just to give a small note, the people that came for the award were so impressed by the students and how well they spoke. I think the whole thing was done. It was the first time they said, right, that they did the whole interview in Spanish. It's really, really an amazing program. And these are really, really amazing students that we'd like to honor tonight. So if you are a DLI student, an eighth grader, who we are honoring tonight, we'd like you to come forward. We are competing against Great America today. So come on up and we'll teachers and principals who can also come to the front. So we are gonna have a surprise, we are gonna have you do a little something for us. We'd like you to come up and say your name and say how long you've been in the program and say what you're doing next year. So going off to EHS or. So, come on up, we need to lead us. Seriously, I was in elementary school, this is a lot harder than I used to. You guys. Thank you.
I'm Bianca Tafaro. I've been in immersion for 3 years. I'm going to be HS next year.
These are the awards that they declared at graduation for their distinction. I don't know, shoot.
I'm Luna Johnson and I've been in immersion for 9 years.
We're going.
Oh, I'm going to be HS. I'm Amelia. I've been in immersion for 9 years. I'm going to be HS.
I'm Desmond Strong. I've been in immersion since I was in kindergarten, and I'm going to be just next week.
I'm Alviana Ryan, and I've been in the immersion program since first grade, and I'm going to be HS. I'm Havana Ryan. I've been in immersion since first grade, and I'm going to be HS.
I'm Maria Lopez, and I have been in immersion program since third grade and I'm going to be seven.
I'm Kimberly Vega and I've been in immersion since kindergarten. I'm going to be HS. My name is Megan Clinton. I've been in the immersion program since kindergarten, so 9 years, and I'm going to be HS. My name is Olivia Castano. I've been in immersion for 9 years, and I'm going to be HS. My name is May Paulson. I've been in immersion for 6 years and 2 months, and I'm going to be HS. My name is Kyle Johnson, and I've been in the immersion program for 9 years, and I'm going to be HS.
My name is Matt Cannon. I've been in the urban program since kindergarten and I'm going to be just.
My name is Robert Rose, and I've been in the immersion program since kindergarten, and I'm going to be HS.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Karat. I've been in the immersion program for 9 years and I'm going to get my school.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaden Cairns, and I've been in the immersion program since kindergarten, and I'm going to BHS.
Hi, my name is Mason Schofield. I've been in the immersion program for 9 years and I'm going to VHS.
Hi, my name is Jude Scoville. I've been in the immersion program since kindergarten. I'm going to BHS.
My name is Colin Chu, and I've been in the immersion program for 9 years, and I'm going to BTEC.
My name is Emily Young. I've been in the immersion program for 9 years and I'm going to Aragon High School.
I've been in the immersion program for 9 years and I'm going to BHS.
Hi, my name is Hudson Statlander, and I've been in the immersion program for 9 years and I'm going to D10.
So we'll get a picture, one more time for all these. Come on, let's get a really nice photo.
People in the back.
Oh,
It's too busy here.
over there.
One, two, three, let's do one more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, now we go.
Exactly, you. When you said no one, but.
Congratulations to you all. Next is our celebration of students who classified as fluent English proficient. Laura.
So who's going to? Okay, if you are here for the reclassification ceremony that was about to begin, we'd like the children to come sit over here. A lot of them are already there. Raise your hand, guys, so we know where you are. So if you haven't checked in yet. And we have anybody who hasn't checked in yet? Okay. All right, each year, normally just takes the response here, but this year, we have so many people that are reclassifying from English learner to reclassifying to from English learner to general English speaker. And it's such, we talk about this a lot. This is such an important event for families, for community. It's something that we are very proud of, the hard work that these children are doing to learn a new language, to do a lot of hard work. It's a very rigorous process. There are several tests. Oh, yeah. How can I miss that? So it's a very rigorous process. This isn't just given away like they earned this award. So and someone who really works really hard for these children, Lord McClure. I don't know if you give enough. Gotta do what I said. Oh God. So show all the people that we have an award for them. And this is a very meaningful moment for these students. So.
We're gonna start with Bianca. Yeah, you guys have to be on the
Sorry,
side.
yeah, I know, sorry.
So do you want the word?
Or maybe.
Yeah. Members like to hear that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to sit or stand here. All right. Both are painful. Okay. It's just one thing. Okay, we're gonna take that.
You can all of these on.
Okay, oh, good. This works better. Okay, so Hannah Secker. Barat Kazimoglu, Lou. Paul Angler Sunawang. Well, that's Pablo, sorry. Pablo Paul Angler Sunawang. Tubarat Saku here. Haddad Tamina. Haddad On. Natalie Abu Hazim. Yeah, okay. All right, you guys coming down. Congratulations, you guys. Come on down. Wilson, Bayambang Dorgach, Rylan Chi, Elijah Pierre Dawson Mendoza, Asmin Zira, Irving Gonzaga, Semi Kazimoglu, Yareli, Mayor Khan, Honolulu Tai, Blake Chen, Miriam, Elgilda, Fatima Beza, Kamatulunto, Sofia Salas Rocco, Yazing Kai, Jiru Cha, Marcus Chan, Dominic Gregorian, Amina Guron, June Ito, Daru Lu, Jaden Ma, Ethan Nguyen, Joaquin Roman Ramirez, Dominic Trujillo, Leticia Pinero, Ana Sofia Avelino de Silva, Lucas Enrique Bragantini Costa, Cecilia Chena, and Antonella Valdez. Congratulations to all of you. I think you want to take a picture, follow them.
Okay, Franklin is next. Is there somebody here from Franklin? Oh.
Franklin. Okay. Victoria Grace Starinsky. Meet. Okay. Okay. Lee Tao Dang, Tabella Chen, Kyle Chan. Kyle Chan. Kyle Chan. Oh, okay. Sota Watanabe, Ian Chang. There we go. Ian Chang. Melania Lorenzai. Bentley Yu. Bentley Yu. Bentley Yu. Bentley? Okay, Landon Chang. Kuzma Kalachev. Amelia Ling. Yukino Naka. Candace Wong. Adeline Yu. The Franklin group. Let's introduce her.
All right, hello everyone, my name is Ellen Kreska, I'm the principal at Hoover. Tonight we're honoring 3 Hoover students, Kyle Lee, Angelina Chu, and Axel Henrion. Axel is here, congratulations back again. Good evening, I'm Shirley Flynn, principal at Lincoln Elementary School. We have a number of students we're honoring tonight. Mateo Sebastian. Alexia. Lorenzo Quintos Saligo. Jana Supper. Elliot Liu. William Bogan. Helene Sanjari. Aaron Garrett. And Ethan Biden. One more. Yonjan Cho.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susana. I'm the principal at McKinney, and the students that we are honoring tonight are Angelo Conti, Eliana Young, everyone, Lorenzo Barajas, Amira Ayala Ramos, Leonardo Ortigosa, Alexandra Cotoros, Melanie Wu, Samir Castro, Nora Tara Madi, Lucia Santana, Arush Guru, and Jules Peola is here. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tara Marinaro. I'm the principal of Roosevelt. And we are honoring Hannah Tobita, Adriana Fernando Yvonne, Enos Rosa, Velasquez, Tetsin Bergazon, Daniel Kramer, Jason Sheen, Brian Hill, Dari Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Harmio, I'm the principal at Washington. And our students we are celebrating today are Judy Abulalas, Ivan Vershkov. And you meet me up there. Ramon Chavez Perez, Nicole Roskin, Karina Avakian, Leah Quad, and Amelia Dolan.
So, there they are, really, I think
I need you to come in closer together, please. Everyone okay, this half, we're gonna take 2 steps to your right, and this half, 2 steps to your left. 2 steps.
Student.
One, two, three. We'll do one more. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll let the parents.
Okay, everybody, so, so the Winnebago House is BSD celebrates multilingualism, and we hope that they can wear it tomorrow or wear it at school and treasure it forever. This is 83 students this semester. We've designated added to the 89, so 172 students this year. Burlingame is doing good work, so, and you're doing good work, and these students, so really great, so congratulations to everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, we will continue. Congratulations, fellow students, and congratulations to all the teachers that helped them every step of the way. All right. We'll move on to item 13B, Russell Kent Award.
I'll turn the camera this way.
So, gonna ask Mr. Van to take his way to the front with me. The Russell Kent Award is an award given by the Board of Trustees Board in San Mateo County. And it's recognized for greatness in schools. It's usually for special programs, things that are unique to the school system to help the climate and culture of different campuses. This year, Burlingame Intermediate received the Kent Award for their peer council. Peer council, I will start off, and Mr. Lane will finish, was recognized for their work. Peer council is foundational work they do is around restorative practices. Having a peer council does a lot of things, like having students work together to resolve issues on campus, reduce school suspension. The peer council hears issues related to student interaction. And it's basically the highest level that you could look at a restorative climate on a school campus.
Don did a very good job of explaining it. In certain terms, it's sort of saying, well, instead of using punitive forms of consequences when somebody does something wrong, it's more coming together as peers to talk about it. What could have been done differently? What could have been done better? And their peers talk to them and try to come up with a plan as a team. So I really want to bow to our peer council, and she'll invite him up. And let's have our leader, Ms. Christy Burrell, and her team to come on down. And let's celebrate their award.
So this is our award committee team. I think the peer council is about 15 students, about 15 students in the council, and this is a part of the group. Do you want to do introductions?
I'm Layla, I'm in 8th grade. I'm Sienna, I'm in 8th grade. Well, in 8th grade, I'm Sage Lawler. My name is Lisa Vergara.
Another round of applause for the great work in the.
All right, wait. The word.
Parents. Good. Careful.
Right, thank you.
All right, next is PIS Science Fair and Science Olympiad Awards, Mr. Prevail.
So this is a special treat. We have a team of young scientists, Science Olympiad and Science Fair. Thank you. Science and Science Fair. Can I have the teams come on up that are here? Come on up. Come on us. And the coach. So this is a wonderful, wonderful program, and it shows the partnership between the schools and the community. We have parent interest, diving into our school and working with our students to create something magical. I will turn it over to Principal Land to care for you.
Thank you. By the way, I didn't introduce myself this whole time, but my name is Rick Bland. I'm the principal of BIS. Sorry about that. But I really want to say, just echo what Matt had said. You know, if it wasn't for Shrey here and parent volunteers, this would never happen. So can we give a big hand to them? So science fair was going to the county, and it was a really difficult time this year, but we pulled it together. You got judges out there. I helped out a little bit, not a lot, but we made it happen. And then these amazing kids had some super fit science fair projects, and they went all the way to the county and they went beyond, and they were amazing. So congratulations, you guys. I saw that. And then the second one is the Science Olympiad. And I'm gonna let Shreya go into more detail on that, but that is a totally separate program. That was amazing. So.
Well, thank you for honoring these students and their work. Really quickly for science fair, we had 7 groups move on to county, and 2 of our groups won their grade and their discipline and went out to the state fair, which was in Los Angeles. So we had Saren in grade 6 who won the division of chemistry, and then we had 2 8th graders, Anvita and Nana, win grade 8 in material sciences. Congratulations, the county fair, the state fair, excuse me, was about 1,000 kids, all in a huge university in Los Angeles, so it was definitely an experience. And then Science Olympiad, and so Science Olympiad we started this year, we met many Wednesdays. We started in September and finished probably in April, and met probably every Wednesday. The Burlingame High School team helped us, they came on a fairly regular basis, and they were great mentors. We ended up moving past regionals and went to Northern California State, which is exciting. And hopefully at some point we can dethrone the Northern California State champion, which is Cupertino, for the last 10 years. It might take us a couple of years, but hopefully we'll get there. So I'm going to pass the microphone on to the students to introduce themselves and their grade.
I'm Rishabh Ganesan, I'm in 6th grade. My name is Sarah and I'm also in 6th grade.
My name is Calvin and I'm 8th grade.
My name is Naya Parikh and I'm in 6th grade. My name is Sana and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Anvita Vala and I'm in 8th grade.
My name's Rui and I'm in 7th grade.
My name's Carlos and I'm in 7th grade. My name's Sachin and I'm in 7th grade.
My name's Ethan and I'm in 7th grade.
My name's Stanley and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Kian and I'm in 8th grade.
Thank you guys for all the effort. Thank you for all the effort, guys. Thank you for making this happen. Next year we take down Cupertino. Picture. Sorry, I made too excited.
No, I was just one big line. Big ones.
Right here, 1, 2, 3. Let's do one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Next is our recognition for the BIS Band and Harmony Choir Awards. Avail.
Come on back. Yeah. Come on up. So as everybody knows, there's so much that we're proud of. Certainly our band and choir program is one that we're extremely proud of. There were 2 big awards.
They went to 2 competitions. And competed. They got excellent awards. They got gold and silver. They were just amazing. And they got to actually play for Back Great America and venues in different venues, and also went to Disneyland as well. So some amazing things that they got to do.
So I don't know if you have any band members here today, Great American, and also our band teachers weren't able to make it. Right there, stand on up if you're a band member. There we go. You can take it. Thank you, all right. Fire, sorry, you got fire. Oh. Thank you.
Please.
I know anymore, okay.
Great.
The ones I'm saying.
Next is the Special Education Local Planning Community Advisory Committee Annual Recognition Award, Dr. Silverstein.
All right, it is a wonderful honor tonight to be being able to name so many wonderful people that work in our community and support our students. The Special Education Local Plan area of San Mateo County honored this year for their first inaugural recognition awards the following people from Burlingame School District: Christine Kim, Gabriela Souza, Rolla Calder, Becky Rios, Michelle Madden, Maria Reyes, and Miss Julie. Please come forward.
Ready? Okay.
I know, November. Okay, good, I'll be there too. I know. People make out like, yeah, live outside.
They're right there. All right. One, two, three. Thank you.
All right, next is our recognition of retirees. This is a big moment. We have some people in this room that impact the lives of thousands of children. We adjust the microphone. Thank you. Next is a recognition of our recent retirees, and I will hand it over to the next person.
Okay, this is a very, very special evening. We have some phenomenal folks to recognize in the room. Each of our retirees are receiving certificates from our congressmen, our county, and then also from the state senate. And then we also have these beautiful blue bolts that we offer. Thank you, Barbara. I want to say that the superintendent and the district would like to recognize the following staff on their retirement. Their dedication to the district goes beyond appreciation, and their absence will be noticed. Thank you. While we wish them the best on this next avenue of life, we will miss these folks. They have taught future doctors, firefighters, scientists, teachers, and in their time, the kids who have come through your doors are going to succeed because of you. So this is a very special evening. So first, I would like to ask Helen Krishnan to you have to stand here while I say a few things. So, Helen, as we celebrate your retirement with the Burlingame School District, we're not just marking the end of a career. We're celebrating time that has touched countless young lives and enriched our entire school community. And Helen is with us at Franklin and Lincoln, but I'm not sure if everyone in this room knows, I think Helen has been an expert in every site in our district at one time or another, providing incredible support. So for years, you've been the heart and soul of our school libraries. You were a literary ambassador, a keeper of stories, and most importantly, a champion for every student who walked through these doors, the library doors. You understood something profound, that a library isn't just a building filled with books, but it's a gateway to infinite possibilities. We've all witnessed your magic in action, I know I have, and the way you could recommend the perfect book to a reluctant reader, transforming them into someone who couldn't wait for the next library visit. How you created cozy reading spaces that felt like literary sanctuaries, and the patience that you showed in teaching students how to navigate physical books and books online and all different kinds of resources. Your infectious enthusiasm for storytelling could captivate a full room of restless fourth graders during story time, and I've seen that happen. But perhaps what we'll remember most is your unwavering belief that every child deserves the access to the joy of reading. You saw the potential in every student, the shy ones who found their voice through poetry, the curious ones who love science books, and the dreamers who lost themselves in fantasy books. You made sure our libraries were places where every child felt welcomed, valued, and excited to learn. So we're so grateful for you and your time. We're honored to have you here tonight. Also, you can make sure to have these. And next, I would like to welcome Dr. Clem down to speak, please.
All right, I'm Shirley Clem, principal at Lincoln, and I have the distinguished honor of having 5 retirees this year. So Lincoln is in the house. And tonight I get to introduce to you, we're honoring an extraordinary teacher, Becky Glover. All right. Okay, so tonight we're honoring an extraordinary teacher whose dedication, warmth, and passion have left a lasting mark on Lincoln School and the Burlingame community, the one and only Becky Glover. Becky began teaching her teaching journey here in Burlingame in 1985, and for the past 40 years, she has been a constant source of joy, strength, and inspiration. Whether it was greeting students and families at morning crosswalk duty with her signature smile, or guiding classrooms full of bright minds, sometimes in 2 grade levels at once, Becky brought creativity, care, and heart into every single thing she did. Her love for her students extended well beyond the classroom walls. Just ask any former student who spotted her in town and exclaimed, "Mrs. Glover?" That familiar moment of recognition speaks volumes about the impact she's had. From leading outdoor ed adventures to crafting class names that turned groups of kids into true teams, Becky made learning magical. She helped her students get ready for middle school and life beyond, always with intention and a deep sense of responsibility. Adding her sense of humor and vibrant enthusiasm for just about everything. She has been an inspiration not only to so many students, but also to her colleagues, to aspiring new teachers, and to those who have been blessed by her presence. Becky has helped to shape Lincoln into a kind, safe, and vibrant place it is today. And though we'll miss seeing you each week, we are thrilled that your retirement will bring you more time with Mr. Glover, family and friends, and of course, those lucky kittens at the SPCA. So thank you, Becky, for 40 years of heart, humor, dedication, and love. Lincoln is so much better because of you. We wish you all joy in this next chapter. You will always be a part of our pride. We hope you'll come back frequently to keep sharing your gift. Congratulations. Next, I get to introduce Mari Seki. Mari Seki has dedicated 3 decades to shaping young minds and hearts here at Lincoln. Mari began her journey at Lincoln 31 years ago as a student teacher, and since then this has been her one and only teaching home. So over the past 30 years, she's poured her heart into 2nd and 3rd grade classrooms, job sharing in various ways, and even returning as a substitute during times of leave, always staying connected to the Lincoln community she loves. Mari's greatest joy has been witnessing her students' growth, those light bulb moments, the excitement of discovery, and the confidence that blooms when children realize what they're capable of. She's guided her students not only in academics, but in life, encouraging them to be kind, to speak truthfully, to take risks when they matter, and above all, to be their authentic best selves. When I arrived at Lincoln a year ago, it became evident to me immediately that Mari was a pro, cultivating an atmosphere of true caring and belonging in her classroom and in a manner that built responsibility, autonomy, and purpose for students to learn and to do their best. She holds high expectations for character, and as a result, her students rise. Mari, you are so appreciated by everyone at Lincoln. We will miss you, and we hope your retirement brings you many things, especially mornings without an alarm clock, time to enjoy pickleball, mahjong, travel, doing nothing at all when you want to, all the rewards of a career well spent. Thank you for your dedication, your wisdom, and your heart. You made such a difference here. And remember, once a lion, always a lion. We know we'll see you back here on your terms now. Congratulations. Okay, next I would like to invite Principal Kraska. All right, I have the distinct honor of honoring someone and celebrating someone whose dedication, passion, and quiet power have shaped the learning and reading journeys of countless children over the years. Please join me in giving a round of applause and welcoming down Valerie Kistner. So Valerie works not only at Hoover, but also at Lincoln. Shirley, do you want to come up with me? All right. Valerie's teaching journey spans an incredible 40 years in public education, with 37 years as a credentialed teacher. She has worked in 3 school districts, taught at 6 different schools, teaching 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and also supporting students through reading intervention. We also note that she has worked for 18 principals. As Valerie herself puts it, the best part of teaching is the kids. The idea of working surrounded by individuals who make you smile and laugh each day is a luxury many do not have. While Valerie has had many accomplishments in her 4 decades of service, she holds a special place and special pride in becoming a reading interventionist. And it's no wonder why. She is the person our classroom teachers turn to when a student needs something extra. She is the person parents count on to change the course of their child's education. And she is the person a student knows, understands them, and helps them learn to read. Valerie didn't just help students learn to read, she helped them believe that they could do it, and she showed them how. As she says, reading unlocks doors, and I am so proud to have helped families navigate this path. And so are we, Valerie, so are we. In retirement, Valerie looks forward to what she's always loved, learning and exploring. She's curious about the world and eager to dive into all of the experience she's yet to have. And if that's not the perfect spirit of a lifelong educator and learner, I don't know what is. Valerie, your legacy lives in every child who found confidence in your care, every colleague who admired your professionalism and your kindness and your data analysis, and in every classroom you touched with your deep belief that every student can succeed. You will be so missed at both Lincoln and Hoover, and we're so lucky to have walked this part of the journey with you. My time with you was short, but in your 4 decades as a teacher, I can only imagine how many thousands of lives you've impacted. Congratulations on your retirement, and thanks for everything.
Okay, next I would like to welcome Principal Lansdale. You're good there, okay.
We get a little help. Okay, we're both gonna share the little here, but this is for Teresa P. Teresa, come on now. Give a huge round of applause. We've needed to do this for a while, so I'm glad we're gonna get to do this. So, for my sake, what sets Teresa apart isn't just her expertise in the classroom, which is vast, but it's her willingness to dive headfirst into school life at BIS with an infectious enthusiasm. Ms. O'Keefe always had a great sense of humor, has a great sense of humor, and has taken our stage with our talent shows. In fact, that's where I really feel connected to you, is you suckered me into the talent show. But it was the best experience of the year, and really thank you for doing that. Showing our students that learning never stops, that taking risks is worth it, and sometimes the best lessons happen when we're just having fun. As a teacher of writing, she understands the power of words, both written and spoken. She's shown students their stories matter, their ideas have value, and their voices deserve to be heard. In a world that often tells young people to be quiet, she spends her career helping them find courage to speak up. 23 years of early mornings and late nights and grading, 23 years of parent conferences and grading those papers, 23 years of watching young learners transform into confident young adults. The impact of this dedication ripples far beyond our school walls, living in every student who learned to think critically, write clearly, and really well, and participate fully in their community. As you begin this new chapter, know that your legacy isn't just the lessons you taught, but the examples you set of your curiosity, your courage, the kind, positive spirit that makes every challenge feel surmountable. Thank you so much for your time at BIS and your wonderful 23 years. Congratulations on a career well lived and a retirement well earned. Well, wait, there's more.
You get 2 speeches. It is with great enthusiasm that I'm here to speak about my former colleague, Teresa O'Keefe. My name is Jessica Yen. I teach 6th grade humanities alongside Therese. It is with great enthusiasm that I'm here to speak highly of her. I've had the pleasure of working alongside of her for over a decade now and have witnessed firsthand her commitment to the educational experience, excellence, student growth, and instructional innovation. Throughout her 20 years here at BIS, Ms. O'Keefe has taught a broad range of subjects, including English, social studies, science, social emotional learning, all while working with a diverse and dynamic student body. She excelled in managing over 1,000 students, fostering an inclusive and supportive learning environment where every student is seen, valued, and challenged. One of O'Keefe's most notable strengths is her ability to collaborate with colleagues, such as myself, in our curriculum. By linking language arts and social studies into a cohesive and successful humanities program, she helps students make meaningful connections across the subjects to deepen their understanding of very complex topics. A forward thinker and educator, she played a key role in revamping our humanities curriculum so that the kids can engage with the material and make meaning of it to apply in their own lives. I think Mr. Land already said this, but she is smart, driven, and creative. Our kids love Miss O'Keefe because of her sweet Irish phrases and accent, sense of humor, and huge heart. We are so blessed to have had you for so long. Ms. O'Keefe is dedicated, innovative, and compassionate, and she brings a wealth of knowledge and a student-centered mindset to every classroom. We will miss her, and she'll forever be a Trojan here in Burlingame. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Pavetta.
Thank you, everybody. It's my pleasure to bring in Mr. Doug Simon. As a fellow trumpet player, I was asked to do this, and now that I've said I'm a fellow trumpet player with Doug, he's gonna go through his trumpet in the bay. For many years, Doug Simon has been the heartbeat of music education in our school. With his trumpet in hand and his boundless creativity leading the way, Doug has shown us that music education is so much more than notes on a page. It's about imagination, passion, and the magic that happens when you dare to dream big. For those who have witnessed it, no one will ever forget the moment when Jurassic Park came alive in our auditorium, complete with towering dinosaur legs that had our audience gasping in wonder, or the adventure that unfolded when Indiana Jones slithered into our hearts, snakes, drama, and all. Doug didn't just teach music, he created worlds. He understood that when you capture a child's imagination, you unlock their potential in ways that textbooks never could. And in a world where it's easy to work in silos, Doug chose connection. He decided to be the colleague who goes above and beyond, the one who shows up not because he has to, but because he genuinely cares about the success of every program, every teacher, and every student in their districts. We all remember the sight of Doug coming onto our sites with his trumpet in hand, playing beautiful music for our schools before and during winter break. In these moments, these gifts of music he shares freely that remind us that Doug doesn't just teach music, he lives it and shares it generously with our entire school community. And during Doug's tenure, our jazz program has become something truly special. For those of you that witnessed it the other night, it was fantastic. One of the finest in the state, possibly the entire country. That's not just a professional achievement, that is a lasting legacy. Let's not forget the youngest musicians among us. Doug recognized that music passion begins early, and through his work with the ukulele program, he planted seeds of musical joy in our elementary school students. He understood that every musical journey starts with a single note, a first chord, a moment when a child realizes they can create something beautiful. Throughout his time, Doug has consistently brought BSD music to its highest levels, not through shortcuts or compromise, but through dedication, innovation, and unwavering commitment to excellence. And he has shown that when you combine high standards with genuine care, when you mix creativity with discipline, and when you blend passion with patience, you create something extraordinary. So Doug, as you prepare to lay down your conductor's baton and set aside your trumpet, at least in the teaching sense, please know that your music will continue to play in the hearts of every student you've taught, every colleague you've inspired, and every audience member you've moved. The final notes of your career may be playing, but your symphony will resonate in our district for generations to come. Thank you, Doug. Thank you for playing music and the memory section.
Sabahan Mio.
May I please have Ken Sronko come up? Now, I may not have had the pleasure of being the principal at Ken's school. However, I did have the unique pleasure of being a teacher at McKinley for years while Ken was our main custodian. Now, I have a couple of little stories I want to tell. Ken has been with our district for over 20 years. And when I was first a teacher at McKinley, I remember that I'd be pulling a lot of late nights. And it was such a wonderful joy to have Ken come in, chat with me, make me not feel so lonely when I was working away in my class. Now, Ken, you and I talked about a lot of different things over the years. We talked about local sports, how you grew up in San Francisco. He went to the same high school as my husband, it turned out. He got me hooked on The Masked Singer. I had never seen it before. We never did too good at guessing who the singers now. And I will never forget the day that I had a betta fish for about a week in my class. It didn't last very long. And unfortunately, I had to break the news one night to Ken when he was in there and he turned to me, I don't know if you remember this, but he looked at me, he's like, yeah, it never stood a chance. He got the fish tank, it's true. And we tried, it didn't work. But Ken was always such a warm person. He helped make sure that my class was ready to go the next day for my students. It was wonderful to chat with him. But Ken, unfortunately, I know that your time here is done, but I wish you all the best in retirement and thank you for all those late night chats. All right, people do a picture.
Okay. Sure. 1, 2, 3. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, All right, we are moving on to the presentation of the H.J. Burns Award. The H.J. Burns Award recognizes volunteer service in pursuit of educational excellence in Burlingame School District. So our first presenter will be H.J.
Yes, please.
the H.J. Burns Award. Tonight, I have the honor of presenting the H.J. Burns Award to an extraordinary individual who has been a constant source of positivity and dedication to Burlingame for over 15 years, Chandra Lunt. Chandra truly embodies the Burlingame spirit, always involved, always helpful, and endlessly supportive. Chandra's contributions have touched every corner of our community, and it is hard to imagine Burlingame without. Not only has she volunteered in each of her 5 children's classrooms, but she's also stepped up to take on some of the biggest and most demanding leadership roles at McKinley. She started by serving as secretary of McKinley PTA, and that was just the beginning. From there, she went on to serve as VP Volunteers, Executive Vice President, and ultimately PTA President. All the while, she captained multiple turkey trots year after year. And that's not all. Despite an increasingly full family life, she still found the time and energy to lead McKinley's most beloved event, Harvest Festival. For the past 3 years, she has been the heart and engine behind this enormous celebration. From coordinating games, inflatables, food, and entertainment to organizing volunteers and adding her signature thoughtful touches, she made the magic of Harvest. During her time in Burlingame, Chandra also stepped up at a pivotal moment by joining the DLI Strategic Planning Committee, just when BSD was struggling to find parent partners willing to engage in the work. She reached out with a simple offer: I'd love to join the Master Plan Committee for DLI this year. And for so many years, through ups and downs, she has stayed true to her word. Her steady voice, her willingness to engage, and her deep belief in collaboration helped shape and strengthen the DLI program in lasting ways. Thanks to her dedication and perseverance, the DLI program is stronger today than ever. Chandra's impact didn't stop at McKinley. Chandra has also been an important voice on PTA Council, including serving as PTA Council President for the 22-23 school year. Among her many accomplishments in that role, she led the charge to unify and modernize the PTA websites across all school sites. She then single-handedly implemented membership toolkit at each site and trained every school on the new streamlined communication system. Thanks to her efforts, families across the district now enjoy a more consistent and user-friendly experience, an improvement that continues to benefit every child every day. If there's one thing everyone knows about Chandra, it's this: if you need a hand, all you have to do is ask, and if she can help, she absolutely will. Her impact has reached nearly every corner of the Burlingame School District, and we are undeniably better for it. While we deeply miss her presence, we are incredibly grateful for all that she has given. It is with heartfelt gratitude and great pleasure that I present the 2025 H.J. Burns Award to Chandra.
Sorry, I'm not good at this at all. So I just wanted to thank everyone. Thank you very much to all the board, to Marla, the whole district. It's really been an exceptional experience in our special little town. So we are moving internationally. And so if anybody is in Spain or wants to come visit, please reach out, because everyone in this whole town has an open invitation, because I really appreciated every minute. So thank you very much.
Chandra, you can't leave. Good picture, okay. Picture. Good.
All right, I'm very pleased to have the honor to present the H.J. Burns Award to our second awardee, Lisa Mudd. So I know I know, Lisa, you have a family here and a lot of friends. I know most of you probably know Lisa from all of her work in the community, in the districts. Volunteer at Lincoln, BCE, site president at Lincoln, got involved in parcel tax, leadership at BCE, ran for school board, president of the school board a little early, pandemic, led our community through the pandemic, got our kids back to school. These incredible commitment and contributions to our community, particularly our kids in our schools. You may not know that Lisa's love of teaching and kids goes back much further. I did some research, talked to your husband, so use some of this, of course, but started volunteering and tutoring as early as in college in Chicago, taught in Chicago public schools, Mill Valley schools. Would been doing this a lot longer than just since she graduated 10 years ago, but and that continued obviously with the board. Currently reading intervention specialist at Belmont River Shores. So your love of kids, teaching, and the community obviously has run through your entire life. So we're here to honor that. Just on a personal level, I had the pleasure and honor of working with you for 2 years on the board. Our kids, Henry and Layla, and my kids grew up together at Lincoln and BIS, and so your contribution was incredible. I know your kids are leaving the district for high school, but you're obviously you continue to be a very big important part of this community. So congratulations.
You can find this picture.
Right, our next presenter is Kate Koski.
Hi, good evening. It is so great to see so many familiar faces. I started on our board in 2013, and it's so great to see all the trustees and staff and all of you. So I just want to talk about my wonderful friend, Florence Wong. Will you come up, Florence? Florence? Florence and I met approximately 10 years ago when she came on the board. I'd already been on the board, and we immediately became friends. She is our psychologist. I'm a nurse practitioner, so we would talk about some medical things, but I think it goes further beyond that. We have a lot more in common. I'm just gonna go from around a little bit before that time until right about now, so you can get a little picture of Florence. Florence was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area. She went to Berkeley, over to New York, continued education to become Dr. Florence Wong. She has two beautiful children. They're here tonight, Tony and Abby, and a wonderful husband, and just a beautiful family. Her oldest has developmental disabilities, and the youngest is now an undergrad at UC Berkeley. Both children were educated to the BSD, and that's why Florence has become a very strong advocate for children with special needs. As a matter of fact, she's been on CDAP for 3.5 years in the past, and BCE board for 2 years, Roosevelt's PTA. She was a financial secretary and did various other volunteer opportunities while she was at Roosevelt, like the chili cook-off, which I got to go to a couple times, and that was so delicious. So Florence was on the board, our board here for 9 years, and this is kind of when I popped, when we really got to know each other. She was president twice, and this was through COVID, which is a very challenging time for the school district kids, for parents, for the board. It was just very challenging, but somehow we all got through that. She helped oversee 3 bond measures that completed Bond D, Measure M, and Measure O. And through all this, it was about $150 million, which is a lot. I just wanted to quickly say a few things that have happened over the years. Our facilities, all the wonderful things that's happened in our district that makes it nicer to come to classes to teach here. Hoover was opened, so way back then, it wasn't a school, so that was open, which we know is such a beautiful complement to all of our schools. BIS, new classrooms, the new SRC building, modernization of the library, the auditorium, courtyard, Roosevelt and Washington have new classrooms, and all the campuses have the point of entry for security, HVAC, solar, and classroom furniture. So all these things came about while you were on the board, which is pretty amazing. So she served on the bond owners committee, which goes to make sure that the money is being used correctly. And worked, I see in the back there, we have Richard Teronis, and he was our school's architect, and we worked closely with him over the years to do all these wonderful building projects. So thank you so much for everything. It was great working with you for so many years. Part of the group that she also was part of the group that created the mental health board policy and the administrative regulations for mental health. So that was really important. She and I did the Masters in Governance program together. So along with probably going to 7 to 9 California School Board conferences, you go away, San Diego, the city, and learn a whole lot about what happens in districts. But we did that program together, which was really very special. Lastly, I just want to say that now we're talking about currently. So in just a little bit ago, she was in a band where she plays the keyboard and piano, and they're called the Lemon Thief. Yeah, and it was really a lot of fun. She would be out there playing. She actually got to play at the county fair, the Inclusive Festival, which I went to. That was really fun, Florence. And let's see, also, not sure, but a lot of other places. She actually played at my house for an event. I asked her, and she played beautiful music for a group. She played for the Burlingame School District. And she played for the Burlingame School District, and she sang in the Notebooks. So she did a lot of, beautiful. Currently, she's the president of the San Mateo County Commission on Disabilities. She's a member of the State, County, and Developmental Disabilities, volunteers with the Red Cross. And I have to say, she volunteers with me every time I ask her to come join me in something. Florence has been a true champion for Burlingame School District and for our community, and I'm so honored to present the award for you tonight, HJ.
Just super brief. I just want to say thank you to everyone here. Thank you for this honor. And just want to emphasize that Burlingame's most important resource are children. And it was my honor and privilege to represent them on the board for 9 years and advocate on their behalf. Thank you.
Get all three participants to come back up for a quick photo, please, and some more certificates.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Just to let everybody know the certificates that we are handing out tonight. We also have the mayor here, Mayor Stevenson is here tonight. For Burlingame, thank you. She actually wants to say something. Or Peter? I think both two are standing up, so I guess so. Come on, you can come this way so you can get on the camera.
Well, first of all, I just appreciate the invitation to come and be here and observe tonight's festivities and celebrations. Burlingame School District has a very special place in my heart for a number of reasons. Not just for my time at VCE, but my wife taught here for 11 years, and I saw some teachers that I have known for 25 years, pretty close, that taught my kids when they went through Washington, then BIS, and then eventually Burlingame High School. As mayor, I just want on behalf of the city, our staff, just congratulate everybody here. All the students who, earned awards for reclassification, for the bands, the science contest. And I know none of that happens without the help of the teachers and our tremendous district staff and all the board of trustees. So on behalf of the city, I just want to thank them and all of you, but also the parents, because the parents are the glue that at the end of the day are the ones that kind of encourage a little bit more time on different subjects and also provide the love and support that every student needs throughout their education experience. I'll leave it at that, but I'm really impressed with Burlingame's and BIS and all the different elementary schools. I've always said, every time I've talked to fellow council members or our staff or the public, schools are the foundation of our community. One of the reasons that Burlingame is so great is because of our community schools and the experience that starts very young for those children to actually walk to the school and have that experience. It's one of the key foundations. It's probably the most important foundation because they are our future. And so on behalf of the city, I'm just really pleased to be here and say a few remarks. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. President of the board, members of the board, thank you for having me. Superintendent Silversmith. My name is David Bruno. I'm the district director for Assembly Member Diane Patton, but tonight I'm here representing actually both the Assembly Member and Senator Josh Becker, who have provided joint certificates for your awardees. Also a parent, a daughter who went through Burlingame schools from K through now a rising senior. I know what a remarkable place it is because of the folks who work here to dedicate themselves to you retirees. Thank you for your service for so long. You do make a difference, and looking out and hearing people speak, this is my daughter had you, she still remembers you. So thank you very much for your work. My dad was a junior high school principal, and I spent actually 2 years as a long-term sub in that school later in my life. So I got a taste of what you do. I can't say the full effect, but it's a really critically important job. Every aspect of what happens in the schoolhouse has to be coordinated, has to work well to serve the kids optimally, and I know in this district the way that really happens. So on behalf of Assembly Member Patton and State Senator Josh Becker, really just wanted to say thank you for your service. And hopefully your retirement will be as enjoyable as that time in service. Ray, I'm not going to ask you up here again.
Thank you, and congratulations again to Florence, Chandra, and Lisa. We will be taking a 5-minute break. On the Board Second Committee Annual Report, read.
Now she is away.
Yes, oh, there you go. Good evening. We have our CPOC Citizen Bond Oversight Committee Chair here, Mr. Howard when we will be presenting the 23-24 annual report. So,
Thank you. Okay. Before I start, I want to congratulate here, the Burns Award winners. I was going to come tonight just for that. I was very pleased to see everybody win their awards for all the work. Quickly, I'll as I always do, I'll just restate what we do and why we're here. The Citizen Bond Oversight Committee is fulfilling the district's statutory requirement to oversee the expenditure of bond funds and make sure they're used for capital purposes. I've been doing it for quite a while. I want to thank the other members of the Bond Oversight Committee, most of whom have also been doing it for quite a while. My Vice Chair, Karen Kearney, Francis Ng, Darren Rodriguez, Bob Rouse, Teddy Adanova, and our it's hard to believe our newest member, our former mayor Kathy Baylock, who joined us as a local business owner. She's been a wonderful addition. So with that, I'd also like to thank Rich Jones and his team for all the tremendous work they've been doing, as well as Superintendent Silversmith. And I'll note that, I've been doing this a long time. I think I could probably count on a couple fingers the number of times we had the superintendent in our meetings for Superintendent Silversmith. And now I can't think of a meeting since you've taken over that you haven't attended. And I think that participation has been great. And it's a great credit to you. So with that, I'll summarize our report. Let's just try and rattle off a few things we looked at, just so people have a flavor of what comes up. So we talked to Mr. Jerome's and said about district office renovation, the HVAC improvements at BIS and Roosevelt, which I know make a huge difference to our children and our staff. The plans for the McKinley TK building, which is underway. That's a big deal. My favorite project personally, the solar canopies at the BIS field. So as well, why we care so much about that, having boiled in the sun up there on Saturday mornings. And also note that in the review period, and this period is for not the year that you said, but 23-24, we also revised the bylaws of the committee, which turned out to be quite prescient because one of the major changes was to give us a little more time to come bring a report. And we'll return to that soon in a moment why it was important that we have a little extra time this year. So I will quickly say that we received the bond audits, and as has been true ever since I started, there were no findings. I'll note that in our review of expenditures, there was really never an issue about any expenditures on things that were inappropriate. Everything was on capital expenditures as you'd expect and as you hope. I'll note, and it is in the report, after the audits were completed, the district volunteered that there was going to be an accounting correction. I think it's worth noting the district was extraordinarily candid and forthcoming about the correction, gave the committee a lot of time and space to figure out what was happening. We spent time re-examining expenditures during the period of correction, talked with the district extensively about the process that led to the correction, and that is not just the meeting of the committee itself, but two subcommittee meetings with me and Vice Chair Kearney, and we were able to validate the district's conclusions, which is, there will be a correction in terms of how we're allocating money between the bonds, but at the end of the day, what matters is the money was spent properly on capital expenditures. And with that, that would conclude my report. So happy to answer any questions.
Now, I'd just like to thank you once again for serving in this role and being the face of the community of oversight to the bond measure, which is very important. So thank you.
Thank you, Howard. I appreciate it as always. Thank you. This is not voting night. If anyone has any questions, now's the time.
I'll just add that, a lot of times we're just waiting. we're making sure nothing happens, and this was a year where it was good to have the expertise we have in swimming. I want to call out Vice Chair Cohen, who's working through an injury all year and could have stepped off and said, look, I'm injured and I can't make the meetings, but she didn't do that. And I told her specifically that I was so thankful for that. She's treasurer at Stanford, and having her assistance and working through this issue with the district was really valuable. So I just really appreciate all people who work with us, including folks.
Thank you, Howard. We're moving on to item 16A, the Supplemental Pilot Program. We have a public comment on this matter. I'd like to call forward EP Sina, please.
It depends if you want to bend it towards you.
All right, members of the board, thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a long evening. I'm going to be very brief. My name is Deepti Sinha. I'm a pediatrician at Stanford Children's in Sutter Health. And another question is coming up today about chocolate milk and whether we should have it in schools or not. So I put together a little presentation with some data for you to just talk about this issue. And at the end, the second packet is the AAP, American Pediatrics Guidelines on how to reduce very some sugary food in your child's diet. So I'm just going to briefly go through this packet with you. The first page has a list of commonly found drinks in supermarkets and what are the sugar contents. And particularly you want to look at the added sugar content, as that's what is the focus for reducing sugar content in our diet today. And if we look at chocolate milk is on the lower end of the spectrum as far as added sugars. We go at 8 grams per 8 ounces. All of these are per 8 ounces. Up towards sodas, which are up to 30 grams per 8 ounces. And then the next page I wanted to look at is just looking at what are recommendations from various organizations, from the American Heart Association as far as added sugars go, and then from the USDA, and then finally from the American Academy of Pediatrics. So the American Academy is suggesting that we should aim for less than 25 grams or about 6 teaspoons of added sugar per day for children over the age of 2. There have been a lot of studies that look at what are these sugary drinks and how are they impacting dental caries, obesity, and the number of medical issues that we're seeing. And I wanted to point out that in their guidelines, in most of the studies that have been reviewed, 100% fruit juice and flavored milks are not considered to be sugary drinks. And I just have a link to that full article if you wanted to. So the next page on there is looking at, well, how is this these recommendations from these public health organizations being translated into our schools and school lunches. So we have current and upcoming recommendations from the USDA, and they're looking at trying to reduce overall sugar content in 2 phases. The first phase is limiting specifically high sugar products, so that is concentrated juices and sodas. And then phase 2 of this reduction is going to look at how do we reduce the overall calories from these added sugars. We're currently entering phase 1 of this, and that is where we have a recommendation that flavored milk should have no more than 10 grams of added sugars per 8 ounces. And do you understand that the current Sodexo option has 8 grams of added sugars, which does fall into this USDA recommendation. Then the next issue is, well, why milk? Why is this an issue? And so there are studies looking at vitamin D, calcium, all the things that we get in milk. What do we do with it? Why do we need it? So bone deposition and bone. We also need vitamin D in milk for muscle repair and strength, for immune function, and there is some data suggesting that it also can help prevent diabetes and help with cardiovascular health in the long term. I'm going to, look at this page here where it's actually a survey from the USDA. And, it's a survey for kids and it's a question, a quiz, and it asks, why do we need to have, milk in school lunches? And, the reason is that there's a national, NHANES, the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, it's done every year. And that's given data that suggests that children over the age of 9 do not get enough dairy intake. And so that is actually why it is currently recommended that milk in general, not necessarily dairy, but milk should be a part of school lunches. Finally, this last page here, the School for Nutrition Bites, this is from local data. So this is data from some PhD students at UC Davis. There's a Center for Nutrition there, and they look specifically at chocolate milk. What are the benefits and what are the concerns? And benefits obviously being the nutrients that are in there and the taste, and concerns about sugar and effects of that. So their conclusion was that it's unlikely that this small amount of added sugar is going to significantly contribute to dental caries for childhood obesity. So just to put my 2 cents worth in, as a pediatrician, should we have put milk back? Yes. And how often? I mean, ideally, I would say 3 days a week to 5 days a week. I think it's reasonable because it's important for the kids to get the nutrients more than us to worry about the sugar. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for that incredibly relevant test or public comment. Yeah. All right, next will be Henry Solo.
Hi, I'm Soul Singer. I'm the 7th grade president of the AS.
Hi, I'm Ahmad. I'm the 8th grade president.
Thank you, President of the Board, Superintendent Silverton, and members of the board for letting the staff obtain the chocolate pie. We're looking forward to presenting the results of our pilot and answering the questions from the opening.
Superintendent Silversmith, President DeVoy, Board Trustees, before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank my friend Selma for his extraordinary performance. Selma's platform for his campaign, Class President, is focused on bringing chocolate milk back. Yes, he's been such a great leader, not only because of his hard work, but also for his dedication to bring top promise. Selma really loved this, and it was an honor to school.
I also want to thank him for all the support he gave me Jefferson. From the beginning, he didn't have to combine every step of the work. His encouragement and reliability and genuine enthusiasm has been a huge difference. I may have led this campaign, but it would not have been possible without him. He really cared and helped me talk about the reality for GIS. I'm really grateful to have him by my side and for all of help this week. And here we have Ms. Jennifer Baker. We want to express our deepest and most sincere thanks to incredible joy to bring Jennifer back to GIS. From the very beginning, the pleasure of growth comes from an open mind. You didn't just hear us, you truly listened. Throughout the entire process, you've been a constant source of support, offering guidance, and giving us so much time and effort behind the scenes to make this happen.
This wasn't just about chocolate milk. It was also about making the promise to our clients. And following you. You helped make that possible every day. We're grateful to you for your support, and we're so lucky to have you. Thank you so much, Mr. Baker, for believing us in starting from the finish and finish. We will always be here.
We also want to take a moment to thank our fellow ASU members, Ms. Ruby and Ms. Joy. Their guidance, encouragement, and confidence save on this child and she's the future. We would also like to thank our parents, our biggest students. They helped shape us into the people we are today. They have been our biggest generation go on, always with love and support. I truly think that even if those who play something is wrong.
President DeVoy, you asked about parents and community input. We created a survey asking parents to share their thoughts on shuffling into the BIS.
As you can see, the parents in our community are okay with bringing back shopping. In fact, the majority of them want it back 5 days a week instead of 2.
Only 20% of respondents don't want their child using Juggalo. I think that we should have asked in our survey, do you participate in our school and program? Because that is important information. To me, that 20% can make a family decision not to participate in school meal program. Although I do understand sometimes parents can't control what they're doing. One parent said, we had some comments from the parents of BIS. One parent said that Burlingame High School serves the same milk option. Chocolate milk has been recommended by physicians. After exercise and protein, muscle regeneration. This is the prime age to drop the habit of drinking milk, and we should encourage kids to get milk. We should be encouraging kids to get the milk, and as they're going to grow age. They're going to spend their whole lives making food choices. Let them enjoy school.
Another parent said, kids in intermediate schools often crave sweet foods and beers, and many of them will seek them out independently. Sometimes often through highly processed and sugar sodas and energy drinks. By offering chocolate milk as a choice in schools, we provide a more nutritious alternative that still satisfies their taste preferences.
Chocolate milk contains essential nutrients such as calcium, vitamin D, and protein, which are often lacking in sweet diets. Unlike soda, it contributes to bone health and overall growth. Moreover, making chocolate milk palatable can serve as a gateway to increase acceptance of milk, helping to build lifelong healthy habits.
Providing balanced options like chocolate milk acknowledges students' preferences while guiding them towards smart dietary choices. If students are drinking it rather than wasting it, I believe offering chocolate milk is a worthwhile option, especially since it provides nutritional benefits. If including something they genuinely enjoy can increase enthusiasm for school meals and promote better nutrition overall, then it seems like a sensible and positive choice. With a question about the lunch consumption, kids eat a this amount of lunch, the slight increase about 2%.
Also, fresh milk is being left out on kids, and Sodexo has even out the meal calories, so adding chocolate milk hasn't much of a problem. We also asked doctors on the effects of chocolate milk. Here are answers.
I think it's an excellent source of calcium and protein, but it should have under 10 grams of sugar per ounce, according to an endocrinologist.
One of the side effects of consuming chocolate milk, as you probably know, is that it can lead to cavities along with childhood abuse. But it promotes dairy consumption, and it is okay in moderation. Vadana Cream, dietitian.
Milk is a key source of protein, calcium, and vitamin D, which are critical nutrients to support bone growth at this age, especially during growth spurts. Milk is also an important source of vitamin A and calcium. The nutritional benefits of milk are important, and encouraging milk is an important part of aiming for a balanced and healthy diet. It is good to have variety and choice in approaching a healthy diet. Chocolate milk could be a choice for half to all school days. This helps with reduce. From chocolate sorbet with nutrition.
Milk in general isn't great for dental health because it affects your tongue. It's good for calcium for the body, but a sugar component is what affects it. Sugar feeds the bacteria that releases acid that causes cavities. Yeah. Things that stop roots.
Kids love the chocolate milk. The seeing of the chocolate milk has brought back the jovial spirit of childhood. From Mr. Zach Hayes, Vice President at BIS.
The amount of trash being thrown away depends on the kid's mood and type of food. More white milk is being left out, chocolate milk is more popular. Sergio, daytime food.
There's no difference that the chocolate milk makes on the student's behavior. From very 6, 7, and 8 year old to the adults.
What do our parents do?
My mom said, I think chocolate milk should be allowed in school, especially at middle school level. Children at this age need more calcium, vitamin D for their growth and don't get enough according to studies. The nutritional benefits outweigh the small amount of sugar added. There is a sugar intake called in the US sugar, but chocolate milk is not the culprit. Of course, everything should be consumed in moderation. My dad said, I personally love chocolate milk and support the idea for school. It should be allowed in the intermediate school because it encourages students to consume more milk, like me when I was a kid. Providing essential nutrients such as calcium, vitamin D, protein that are important for growing children, growing cells. While concerns about added sugar are valid, offering chocolate milk in moderation can ensure a balance between providing healthy choices and ensuring students receive the nutritional benefits of milk. Don't forget, our kids are also very physically active, so they're going to significant amount of calories per day. So the impact from extra sugar is invaluable. I think allowing chocolate milk as an option supports both student preference and overall nutritional goals.
My mom said, I support reinstating chocolate milk while being mindful of food waste. It would make sense to pair chocolate milk with high intake items, so that on days chocolate milk is served, more students are looking for this food, and food waste minimized. Or work to allow students to partake only in milk component if they so choose. My dad said, I support Henry and Sullivan efforts to bring chocolate milk back to schools. Because of the ads. I prefer that sugar content of the meals be basically served. Chocolate milk would be reduced to the account of added sugar coming from chocolate milk. But if that is not possible immediately, I don't believe that should be allowed. Lastly, I think that it would be prudent to continue to honor food waste on chocolate milk days, which we aren't getting anymore, especially if students are getting their lunch. Ideally, if it would be possible just to give kids milk out in college, but not sure.
Conclusion, we should eat chocolate.
Most of the parents and doctors agree with having chocolate milk.
It's made no impact on student behavior.
It barely impacted lunches, and there's even less tracking like that.
Chocolate milk is students a very promising option for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, does anyone have any questions?
I have a question, and this is a question for Sidek. So actually, and is Sidek still here? Yes. Yes, hi. Is having the chocolate milk a couple of days more complicated?
Can you come down, please? Thank you so much.
No, it's not a problem, just need to know, the amount and just basically coincide with delivery days and.
Sorry, Dwayne, can you sit down and introduce yourself and then speak in the microphone, please? Thank you.
Good evening, thank you for having me, Dwayne Richardson, managing, the food program for SNEX and Burlingame School District. But yeah, it's not a problem getting the
So right now it's Tuesday, Thursday.
correct.
So does it make it more complicated for your team to have to keep track? Oh, it's Tuesday, today's a day we do bring chocolate milk, and Wednesday we don't. And that hasn't really.
No, I think the bottom line here is that, you know, when you sit down and you start to look at, okay, well, is there a number that we're trying to reach for a meal when it comes to sugar? Because it's very difficult to do that when you have different compositions of food that say, you know, make up a meal. And so if we're trying to hit like a particular number, then we have to decide is it realistic or is it unrealistic to try and hit, say, that particular number that we're looking at. And at least right now, the vendor that supplies us with the chocolate milk is within the USDA 10 grams or less of sugar. So I think at this particular point, based on the menus that we do have, it does coincide, and as they said in their report, it doesn't really change that much in regards to the participation amounts.
Thank you.
Marla, can you summarize then the proposal from the board in terms of how many days a week we're being asked to approve the same budget impact?
Gentlemen, I actually don't see your proposal. How many days are you asking for the board to approve right now?
I mean, 5 days is obviously that's.
Is that what you're asking for? For a 5-day, you'd like to go forward with 5 days?
I mean, if that vote no, otherwise.
You need to consult with the family and.
You would like 5 days?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the request of CNS and our department?
Yes.
Do we have you good with 5 days? You said it didn't matter, right?
Dwayne, are you good with 5
I'm
days?
good with 5 days.
So your request is for 5 days?
Yes.
Okay. But the board could obviously approve it for less, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Since you guys are paying attention to our trash, can I ask you a question? There's a sorting component that we have to do with the city. What if the board was to approve chocolate milk contingent on if children and students are sorting the trash appropriately? Because the school's gonna start getting fined on that, just out of curiosity. To make it easier on the staff and stuff, did you see that?
And if people are bringing
If you're putting green waste in, or if you're putting recycling things in green waste, or if you're putting the compostable stuff in the food waste, right? So I'm wondering if that's something that, you know, just out of curiosity, if that's something that might work, right, for good behavior. There's trade-offs.
So mostly what I've seen students who are in the lunch, they throw out whatever's left in the lunch, whichever's left, and they continue to eat.
So everybody puts something in one thing. So, so my question would be, is there something where there could be a partnership?
That's with the trash company.
No, with the students and what the school district's willing to serve you guys at lunch. If you want chocolate milk, then we need the students to help us and sort better, because the school's gonna get fined, or could get fined potentially, is what I'm saying. Right, it would be a partnership. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you boys there next year or are you graduating?
So do you have an official recommendation for the board?
Do you want 5 days based on what your knowledge is?
Yes, 5 days is fine.
I would say that I think that my recommendation would be 5 days contingent on the fact that there needs to be some sorting agreements. Especially based on their information from the city.
Any questions or comments on staff recommendation or questions for our presenters?
I got a question. Does having it 5 days versus less than 5 days make it easier to implement phase 2 when it comes time to do that for the overall weekly limits? Or does it? Because even that can change over time. You know, when it gets to it, because when you start to look at a meal, you have to consider they have really specific like they did for breakfast right now. Breakfast cereals that are 6 grams or less, yogurt 12 grams, then of course the chocolate costs less than 10 grams. So when they do get to say some of the other meal components, who knows what's going to happen between 9 and 27.
Wayne, I do remember that you did say that there was an increase during chocolate milk day, so correct?
It was an increase in the very beginning, and I think one of the things that I haven't had an opportunity to talk to them about is the actual brand. We kind of had to change to get them more flavor. Does the Clover brand taste good? Okay.
So you switched to a local brand,
So it's still from the same milk company, but it was just a different brand, and it still falls within the guidelines.
but we've seen an increase in lunch purchases. There was a question, I believe it might have been Mr. Mudd that said maybe if we could just give milk only, and you can't just sell milk only, we do have to sell a complete lunch.
Right, we have to make sure that all the meals are considered reimbursable meals, all in order for the district to meet the reimbursement.
Principal Lamb, I know that I can see like a foot in a scooter, so.
Don't ask me to stand up.
It is your school. So,
It's the student's school too. I mean,
correct, but from your opinion, the request was 5 days. I haven't thought about the contingency with sorting, because that is gonna be a thing next year with the city and Recology and everybody.
I'm gonna have to be up here anyway in a minute, so.
Yeah.
One, I'm very proud of these guys for all the work that they've done, so. And you know, they are speaking for the voice of the students, they wanna have 5 days. I think it's important that I work with the student council and our leadership to come up with ways to reduce waste, and to really put I think it's an effort that needs to happen no matter what, regardless of the city. So I think it's something that I need to work on, and I think leadership, I think ASB, I think we can work on something that is gonna change our school, and I think that's a positive. That's where I'm at.
Are you okay with the 5 days again?
Okay.
Any other questions or comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
Oh, we give a blue card? Yeah, we just need a blue card, but yeah. We can get a blue card though. We can get you a blue card, it's okay. We can get you one, yes.
From the board members, any further questions for Principal Lane and Superintendent representatives?
I have a quick question for Dr. Silverson.
Yes.
If the contingency is proper sorting of the trash, recycling, and we haven't tried. If that is not being done to the satisfaction of the trash company, what is the consequence? Is it pulling the chocolate milk altogether?
I think we would work with the administrators on what those values are, what it looks like, and I think that there would be conversations, right? Because we're gonna see an increase in consumption and rates, and that was one of the concerns. So I think it would be talking about the BIS, the Trojan way, right? Take care of yourself, take care of this place, take care of others. And we would work around that. It wouldn't be a take it away kind of thing, but it would be a learning conversation and the reasoning behind the why, right? But that is one of the concerns, is the increased consumptions. And I think that would be a great way to help support our students and their wants, and also support our earth, right, their future.
Hi. So my name is Dr. Mary Kate. I did not know about chocolate milk discussion of you today. I'm actually here for my daughter's who will be speaking later. I'm also a pediatrician, and I'm also board certified in lifestyle medicine, which is a field of medicine, which is the prevention, treatment, and reversal of chronic disease through lifestyle. And I have my degrees and my undergrad degree in human nutrition. So I actually am not for the chocolate milk in school. In general, dairy has been shown to be the top source of saturated fat in the American diet. It contributes to heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and Alzheimer's disease. It's also linked to an increased risk of breast, ovarian, and prostate cancer. So that's just milk in general. And I understand while the USDA guidelines are what they are still far outdated and have not done the research that has been done. So in terms of like, you know, for children, for bone health, I know this calcium, vitamin D have been mentioned many times. You actually do not need calcium for bone health. Actually, there's been shown that dairy products have little to no benefit for bone health. According to the British Medical Journal, most studies fail to show any link between dairy intake and broken bones or fractures. There's a study that tracked diets of stress fracture rates in adolescent girls and concluded that dairy products and calcium do not prevent stress fractures. There's another study, more than 96,000 people found that the more milk that men consume as teenagers, the more bone fractures they experience as adults. So, and then on the aspect of the sugar, the added sugar, so one serving of regular calcium has about 12 grams of sugar naturally from lactose. Then there's an additional 8 grams that are added. Now the AAP recommendation is no more than 25 grams per day. That means no more than, that doesn't mean have 25 grams a day every day. We are seeing a rise in diabetes. From the pandemic to now, the rates of pediatric diabetes has quadrupled. So this is a major problem, and I feel that keeping chocolate milk in school is contributing to that problem.
Thank you, Doctor. All right. Are there any further questions or comments from the board?
I just have one comment,
Or Henry? Yes, go ahead.
the milk is, it's fat free.
Thank you, Henry. Would anyone like to make any more questions, comments, or make a motion? Feel free to make motions for any number of days, weeks.
Given the diversity of views on the health, I'm actually more comfortable with 3 days than 5, but that's my opinion, but would certainly vote for 3 days.
My opinion is probably to continue the 2 days.
Is there a motion of great opinion?
Yeah.
Is there a motion for,
I'll make a motion to approve and continue the 2 days.
is there a second for that specific motion for 2 days?
I'll second that.
All right, motion second, we're just voting on 2-day question. All those in favor of talking about for 2 days, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed, that would be 1 days.
Yeah, then I would oppose as well.
Okay, well, the motion passes 3-2 for 2 days a week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, Mr. Pavea, you are up next with our great presentation for not super high, but middle school.
Middle school. We are finishing up our series, okay. That's it. I will, yeah. So, we have Aunt Shemaya, Rosanna Brizzi, Heather Postic, other people as well.
Yes.
Taken in. So we have a bit of a change to a few things.
Can I just say one
Hold
thing?
on, let me finish. When word got out, I think that we have more people that wanted to come and speak. We have some student reps also that are coming up. They will introduce themselves as well. We also made a few changes late in the game to the slide deck, which has been, I think you have hard copies, right? Kirsten did a wonderful job this morning at taking care of this. It was the last second change and she really stepped up. So I think she deserves a lot of credit to make this happen. So the one that is presented will be the one that is being passed out. Now, great, take it over.
So sorry. I just want to say that, look, I actually owe a huge apology. I've been handicapped during the week of, guys, I actually was in urgent care and hospitalized. And so trying to organize this was very difficult. I started it with the slide that you saw and then wanted to get some revisions and help build it. And this is what happened. So I just want to I owe Mr. Paveo, you guys an apology, but normally I'm not this debilitated. And so I really apologize for the kind of mix mash that you're going to get. But I have a wonderful staff who really wants to tell you about the BIS experience. And so I really want to incorporate that. Also, I'm bribing you. We had an extra run on yearbooks this year, which means we still have a lot extra to give out, but I want to give each of you this because it really is behind the scenes. It will tell you all the wonderful things that we've done this year. It really highlights not just academics, but also the fun, also the connectedness, which I think is critical to the BIS experience. So I wanted to share that with all of you. So without further ado, let's get started. You're now entering Trojan camp, Trojan territory. And we're going to start with the 6th grade experience. So just to give you kind of an update. So we're really going to focus on standards and what we teach and what we teach in the different grades. But I also want to kind of emphasize the standards, you know, the consistency of it, the high expectations, the career and college readiness. When you start to talk about the Common Core standards, you know, in the next generation science standards, they're really emphasizing, and the history standards, you're not just emphasizing just standards, but also skills, also overemphasizing, you know, how you do certain things. There's cross-cutting practices that you can see in science and inquiry skills that are really important in history that I think need to be highlighted when you start getting to the middle school and line school. So without further ado, I'm going to pass this on to my wonderful 6th grade team. So wherever you want to, yeah, please.
Good evening, I'm Annie Shamia and I teach 6th grade math and science.
And I'm Jessica Yen, I teach 6th grade humanities. And just to add on to what Greg said about standards, we think that the California standards are really important because they help define for our students and us, like what they should know at the end of the year and what they're able to do at each grade level. It provides a clear roadmap for kids and parents to know what to expect to be taught and learned in class. And then for the next year, the 7th grade teachers will build upon these skills.
Just to elaborate on the skills specifically for math and science. So the skills that we really focus on in 6th grade math, developing reasoning skills. So not just being able to solve a problem, but explaining the how and the why. And that's something that's a real challenge for them. So we work on it all year. In addition to that, kind of building with it, using mathematical vocabulary in their writing. So each new unit comes, you know, all the bold print throughout the content. We put the vocabulary up on the board and really try to emphasize it in our teaching, and when getting responses from students, hearing that back from them. And then real life application, right? The concepts we're teaching in class mean more to the students when they know why and how they're going to use them in the future.
So on the next slide, you see some examples of actual project-based learning from our classrooms. So the primary curriculum that we use in 6th grade for humanities, for ELA specifically, it's McGraw-Hill Study Sync. And then for social studies, it's the impact textbooks and workbooks. But to give our curriculum more life and enhancement, we like to use a lot of like art history, a lot of simulations, so that the kids can really experience what it was like to either be within that ancient civilization or that Heritage Month. For example, you'll see in the top left corner, students were able to do some cave painting as if they were the Homo sapiens back then. So we had our classroom dimmed and they were under their tables painting. And then they did a writing to connect what they learned from their textbooks to what it felt like to be under their desk in a cave, quote, unquote, cave. And then we have a lot of tactile and kinesthetic learning, such as, I think there's one picture, maybe the next slide, where kids were able to demonstrate what they know about Egyptian achievements through building, the dioramas and the Nile River, and they have to explain how geography impacts these inhabitants. We learned about ancient India through note-taking with the lotus flower, looking at the geography, religion, achievements, politics, etc. We made trading cards with the celebrating AAPI individuals and Jewish heritage individuals as well, or people of Jewish heritage, sorry. Oh, okay. Like we mentioned before, really we focus on the concepts and skill building rather than rote memorization of content. So a lot of the things that we learn in English language arts include analyzing textual passages and structures, understanding and discovering what is the author's purpose, evaluating arguments, writing different types of research papers, delivering formal presentations, which my students will talk about in a little bit, and engaging in complex textual analysis.
Our curriculum for math is illustrative mathematics. I was really happy to be on the adoption committee and be able to look at a variety of curriculums, and I really believe in illustrative math. So it's been really great to be able to teach it and implement it. It starts a little different than most other curriculums. It starts with geometry, which is usually something that ends the year. So I really like it because it's hands-on, right? We can use manipulatives and it gets the kids engaged from the start. And maybe it's something in elementary school they kind of touched on at the end of the year, but they really get immersed in it as they begin. And in geometry, they're doing surface area and volume. We move on from there to ratios, rates, and percentages. They really like percentages because it's one of those areas that they can see a real life application. So tax, tip, discount, markup, all of those kinds of things that they'll use in their lives. We also work on dividing fractions, all operations with decimals, expressions, equations, and inequalities. So the first time they're using variables, solving for the unknown, graphing inequalities, a little more challenging. And then looking at rational numbers through changes in temperature, elevation, and money. And we end our math curriculum year with data sets and distribution. So we do a project where they get to make a poster after they've surveyed their peers, and they get to analyze their data on their posters. All right, for science, we get to use Amplify, which I really love our curriculum. And I really love that the standards, when I first started teaching sixth grade science, we just did earth science. And now we have a nice mix of life science, earth science, and physical science. And so it's kind of nice to mix them all up. We start the year with life science, so really focusing on microbiomes and metabolism. Later in the year, we get to traits and reproduction. Earth science, we focus on ocean, atmosphere, and climate. And physical science, we have a unit on thermal energy. We get to do some experimentation.
And then for social studies, just to keep it brief, our main focus here is that we're able to analyze primary and secondary sources, how to distinguish whether something is a bias or not, what is credible, understanding multiple perspectives, and that we all have different experiences based on our upbringings, identifying turning points in history, and evaluating historical arguments.
Okay, so I'll just go brief on the highlights in math. I think what I mentioned before, percents, that's a highlight because the kids are like, yes, we're going to use this in our lives. And we talk about how we can go to the grocery store and we can go, and more importantly, when they're shopping for their, I don't know, $85 hoodie. Is it 30% off? How much are you going to pay for it now? So being able to calculate those things and persuade your parents. So percents was a real highlight in math. And like I mentioned before, the statistics project, making the poster, surveying friends, looking at their questions there. In science, our highlights in our earth science unit, we usually have this fall in April during Earth Week. So we do a How I Saved the World project. We focus on sustainability practices that we can use to improve our planet and ones that are particularly important in fighting the effects of global warming. Hands-on activities, that top left picture is our gummy bear lab we do at the beginning of the year when we're looking at scientific method. And the kids have a lot of fun with it. They put their gummy bears in 4 different solutions and they get to make a hypothesis about what they think is going to happen over the period of 5 days to each one of their gummy bears. So just one of the labs that we do during that unit. Last thing I wanted to say, a highlight in 6th grade science is our current events. Every Friday, we have 2 to 3 kids sign up. They have a couple-minute presentation where they get to bring in a news article that focuses on some type of science happening around the world. So they get to really focus on something they're interested in and connecting that to their lives.
Okay, and now we have 4 or 3 sixth graders who are here to speak about their experience at BIS. So we have Alex Marigelis, we have Maya Recchi, and then we have David Powell.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm about to finish 6th grade here at BIS. This year in humanities, I learned a lot, not just random facts, but stuff that actually made me think. We didn't only talk about history. We looked at how people make choices, stood up for things, and sometimes mess up. One of my favorite projects was the Trojan Peace Prize, where I got to dress up like Kamala Harris and give a speech like I was her. It was fun, but also a challenge, especially having to admit something bad she'd done. It made me realize that even the most powerful people are still people. Overall, humanities helped me see the bigger picture, how stories, voices, and ideas shape the world, and how to write and speak like I actually mean it. Thank you to everyone listening, and especially Miss Yan for making this year awesome.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Alex Martinez, and I'm a sixth grader here at BIS. I'm really happy to be here to share some of the highlights from my school year. In humanities with Miss Yen, my favorite project was the Trojan Peace Prize. For this project, we each got to choose someone who we think made a big difference in the world and explain why they should win the prize. I chose Steve Jobs because I think he changed the world with inventions, ideas, and with technology that we still use today. I'm willing to guess that most people in this room find their lives a lot easier with their iPhones. I had a lot of fun researching his life, learning about what inspired him, then writing a speech that I gave as if I were Steve Jobs, accepting the award. In math, with Mr. Oslamendi, my favorite unit was percentages. I liked it because it was easy to understand and it connected to things in real life, like when there's a sale or when you leave a tip at a restaurant. We even got to do some fun activities and work problems that showed how percentages are used in everyday situations, which made math feel more useful and interesting to me. In science, also with Mr. Oslamendi, my favorite activity was the current event project. We do this once every trimester. We got to choose any science article that we found interesting, and then create a short presentation to explain it to the class. For my third trimester, I picked an article about how astronauts' DNA changes in space. It was really fascinating to learn about how being in space can affect your genes, and it made me curious about what other things can happen to the human body in space. I'd like to thank the school board for their support of students every day. Thanks for listening to what I've enjoyed this year.
Hi, my name is David Powell, and I transferred to BIS in the middle of the year in January. And what I thought would be a hard transition was essentially seamless. This is because of the wonderful teachers that helped me along this journey, including Miss Yen and Miss Shamia. So my favorite things I did this year were building arches out of plastic straws in math class with some teammates. This was just a couple weeks ago, and doing the Trojan Peace Prize in Humanities, where I got to dress up as Malcolm X and pretend I was him. I would like to thank all of the wonderful teachers I have. Thank you for listening and good night.
The first student, where should I go to this one?
Roosevelt.
Roosevelt?
Washington.
Great, thank you.
Grant, can I ask if you just quick questions?
Yes. Yes. Do you want?
Yeah, whatever you feel best.
Okay, yeah, please feel free. I'll answer or I'll get somebody to answer.
Yeah, there's something that caught my attention. I found really interesting, practicing checking primary and secondary sources for information. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Actually, I'm pretty good at that because I was a sixth grade teacher for a long time. And when you start talking about ancient civilizations, you bring in resources like Hammurabi's Code and the translations and Rosetta Stone, and you look for primary sources like that to really draw and get information. Ancient Greece is another example, taking in quotes from Herodotus or quotes from primary sources like that can give you really you have to go into interpretation, and it really gives you a high level of degree of trying to think about, okay, what was it like during that time, and really gives you kind of an essence of what people were thinking during the ancient civilizations. Does that help?
Yeah, that's very helpful. And then I have one more question, and I don't know if this is sixth grade specific or relating to the presentation you can pick, but the question is regarding technology in the classroom. So I've been in your school when the students are using their devices to show denial of floods and how they're being props and things of that nature. But how is technology incorporated in sixth grade or the BIS overall?
That's a very good question. It really depends on the teacher and it depends on the subject. In certain subjects like I was like, Gary. One of the examples I'm thinking about was illustrative math. Illustrative math, all the teachers, whether it's 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, what happens is you see kind of, I'll just give an example of what's going to happen in 7th grade, because I was going to talk about that a little bit. There is slides that come up and exercise that you can do online. And so you can actually have the teacher writing on the examples of the slides and just keep working with it, because it gives you kind of like that hands-on, look what I'm doing, here's my thinking, because you want to have that kind of lecture or discussion in math when you're going over concepts. So what you see is like Ms. Brown or Mr. Zerpa will show, okay, here's the question, but here, this is how I think of setting it up. This is what I see doing, you guys try it. So this is what so that's one example, but there's so many different examples. There's, they use something called Desmos. Desmos is an app that they're gonna use. So I'm skipping ahead to 7th grade because I was gonna do this. So I'm gonna say I did it already. So, because they're not here today. But again, Desmos is an example where you do some hands-on, where it's like, it's a model that they do and they pull out, like, it's a game almost, where it's like, okay, you have a thing that you have to do and you have to figure it out. So it's kind of independent practice, which is great. So those are just a couple examples just for math, but if you guys can help me out, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I could give an example for science. We use Amplified, and for each one of the Amplified units, there's a different online simulation. So for example, in metabolism, they're not gonna be able to see inside the body, right? So all of the body systems are represented, and you can feed the body fish, you could feed the body a sandwich, and it breaks it down into the appropriate molecules. So you can see whether it's coming in as protein, getting broken down into amino acids, right? So it's moving through the systems. So something that we wouldn't, I don't know what chocolate. So something that we visually couldn't picture is really awesome because you can see it functioning and working in real time. So Amplify the simulations are pretty awesome.
I'm also thinking on the top of my head too, to practice like listening comprehension, which we all kind of struggle with, especially in this age. We use a site called ListenWise that is Common Core aligned, and they take snippets from NPR. And we play audio every Monday so that the kids can sustain attention, but also listen for key facts and then answer questions according to that. To look at the different geographical regions that we study, we use Google Earth on the teacher's computer, display out on AirPlay, and then we travel that way. Another example that I can think of is, excuse me, is learningally.org, where students who may have special needs or dyslexia, when they're listening to audiobooks, all of the words are on the screen and there's like colors that go with every single word. So we use technology every day in the classroom.
Any other 6th grade questions?
Thank you, guys. All right. Miss McLean. She and I are going to be together. All right. So the next slide. Now for the Now for the 7th grade experience. So I did kind of go over math a little bit, so I'm going to kind of duck through that, if you don't mind. And then we're going to go right into the 2 slides. So math and now language arts. And here's Ms. McLean to give us the down and low.
Hi, I'm Heather McLean. I teach humanities, 7th grade humanities. I'm a bit of a late volunteer on this, so my presentation won't be quite as great as theirs was. The standards are up there. We're a very close collaborative team. We work really well together. We're very much on the same page. Planning, thank you, that was hard for me. And we're very, very focused on the standards. I have standards printed out on my board, and we very much are focused on getting to the standards and getting through them in interesting, hopefully, ways. So for language arts, we read 3 novels a year. They're all through Study Sync. We use the consumables. We go through, we read a lot of the excerpts on the consumables. There are 3, for each trimester, there's a different theme. And so we do some deep dives into the themes because oftentimes on Study Sync, there are excerpts from, say, a novel or a short story, or in some cases, even a eulogy. So we do some background knowledge so that the kids know exactly what they're reading, like the historical context or the social context. So the stories are more powerful and meaningful for the kids. You can see what we do up here. We do a lot of evidence-based analysis. Citing evidence is really big in 7th grade, and we do a lot of it. And we do that in language arts, and it's cross-curricular into social studies. A lot of theme and central ideas. We talk the kids through that. We have a lot of graphic organizers, a lot of discussions on how to do that. Critical comparison. Yeah, so in independent, we do that. But independent reading, they're required to read a book that's on the theme of the trimester. It has to be at least 250 pages, and then they do a book report on it. Let's see. Sorry, I'm reading the directions up here, but I'll read. Just read what I wrote.
Yeah.
So the big things are text evidence, main ideas, theme, author's purpose. We do 3 big writing projects a year and a number of smaller ones. So one thing we do is, bless my little 7th graders' hearts, their punctuation and grammar is a little dicey. So I go through that with warm-ups. So we'll do punctuation warm-ups, we'll do grammar warm-ups, we'll do sentence structure warm-ups, and then we'll use those skills as we build paragraphs, and then from the paragraphs we build essays. So that, let's see, what else do we do? We do a vocab STEM list because of vocabulary, language mastery. I mean, do you have any questions? Because it's going to be really boring if I just say that we read through all this stuff, that we do all this stuff, but we do. We do a lot on figurative language. We do academic language. Kids love the figurative language stuff. Let's go to history. Yeah. Okay, let's go to history. So my history unit is the medieval and early modern world. So we go from the fall of Rome in the 5th century. Thank you, that was hard for me. Yeah,
I did
500th century, that's not right.
No, 5th century.
The 5th century, and then we swing all the way around the world, and we end up with the age of exploration and into the Enlightenment. So we are pretty much an inch deep and a mile wide because we're covering 1,000 years all around the world. But it's, I mean, I love it. I think it's the most interesting time period. So much happens. And we always start each unit with geography because geography informs the history, and the kids get really irritated because but we do a lot of maps because the maps are still relevant, right? I mean, if they can understand how mountainous regions inform how a society is built and how it's important to live near a river and how it's important to have transportation. And I mean, it's just the connections we make through the different civilizations and the similarities are really remarkable. And it's really great when the kids just pull that together. We do a lot of presentations. We do some note taking to get, they have to, when they read, they'll do a pre-read, but we do a lot of presentations. We do numerous group activities, a number of individual activities. The biggest hit of the year is Henry still here?
And you remember the Freedom game?
Yes, see, it's very memorable. So it's a game where the social structures of the societies are all very similar. It's the triangle and all around the world. And do you want to talk about it? Can I draft you? Okay, good.
He's coming down in a minute, in a little bit.
Okay. I don't have the same presentation. I mean, I don't have the same in-depth as Jessica and Annie did, but hey, drafty. Okay, do you want to explain it? Do you remember it or not?
From what I remember, like, it was really given assignments.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
From what I remember, we were giving like rules, like there was a king, there's nobles, there were farmers, and
the knights.
And the knights, and then she would come around with like paper balls, and like I think it was supposed to be like the plague, and then
No, I was an invading.
oh yeah,
invading
she was
force.
like the,
Yeah.
she's like
I was trying to make my kingdom bigger, so I was checking.
and then she would like throw it at us, and if you got hit, you get like eliminated, and then but like the knights would have to like
Yeah. The knights had
yeah, and then there was like farmers who would like color something in. And then,
that was their food, yeah.
Yeah.
And if they stopped coloring, then they sort of died because they didn't do their job.
I remember it really well.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, yeah, so they didn't know I was going to do it. So I had a box of wadded up paper. And so they were in there coloring. I mean, the serfs were coloring their corn, their wheat. And the king was sitting there having a juice box. And the nobles were sitting there doing nothing. And then the knights were protecting the manors. And then I came in, they didn't know it. I turned off the lights and said, "You're under attack." And I just thought, anyway, they always write about it that it was their favorite activity. Thank you. That was
Thank
awesome.
you both.
Do you have any other highlights?
Oh, seventh grade.
Yeah.
Well,
humanities, no.
Well, I mean, I love that class. I mean, I look forward to it every day. I came back to the class.
I did not know he was going to be here.
It was probably my favorite class that year.
Well, I'm going to give you some airheads tomorrow. No, I'm not. Of course I'm not.
Okay, I'm gonna take over at science.
Okay.
So can we give him a hand? Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, thank you.
All right, so with science,
Do you need me?
no.
Thank you.
So for science, we talk about the next generation science standards, and I'm gonna read this because this was helped put together by the two seventh grade teachers. So what they do is they, a couple examples of developing models, like to describe pneumonia. They would analyze data sets for interpreting the evidence. They construct up explanations, both qualitative and quantitative relationships between certain variables. So they have a good example is they're constructing both written arguments, oral arguments, supporting it by evidence. And they also do certain engineering projects like creating an incubator. They have life science. So the disciplinary core ideas are the life science, which is matter and energy in organisms and ecosystems, interdependent relationships, populations and resources, cellular respiration and photosynthesis, food webs to show the transfer of energy amongst organisms and biodiversity. For earth and space sciences, the earth systems, they talk about earth and human activity, geological processes. At open house, I saw the tectonic and the plates dynamics in the open house was amazing. I had to take some pictures. I think you'll see it in some of the slides. And just kind of the weather and erosion, of the earth sciences and the history of the natural hazards in certain regions of the world. For physical sciences, they talk about matter and its interaction, chemical reactions, atomic and molecular models, and they talk about conservation of energy, phase changes, and the effects of thermal energy. Engineering practices, they do a lot of asking questions, try to define things, planning and carry out investigations, and that's just part of what they do. The cross-cutting concepts, it helps students create connections amongst the different disciplinary core ideas. That's something that they really emphasize, and it's listed there. And just going to the next couple slides, just so it shows you the curriculum and the key elements and the key concepts which we discussed. When you get to the pictures, you'll see art that was done. That was Japanese, the Japanese art, some PE examples. There was an experiment done in the down lower corner, and in upper corner is the theme of the giver. That is straight from the 7th grade curriculum in one of the novels that they use. The next photo you can see again in the science, and here's some good examples of those tectonic plates that in the volcanoes that they were doing, and some of the biodiversity biomes that they created in the soda bottles. Okay. 7th grade boys. I know I have a 7th grade student here. He's coming. He also knows a lot about chocolate pump, by the way.
I actually have some examples of things I've done in math and science if you guys want to see.
I think they'll like to see that.
So in math, we had a Desmos project where we had to use linear equations to make like an image. So I made this.
So using linear equations and graphing, that's what they created through Desmos, which is a technology app that we're.
And in science, as we mentioned already, we have the plate test comics presentation that we had to make. Our model was. Yeah, this is our final model. And overall, 7th grade has been pretty good. I mean, compared to my old school, I think it's a lot better. It gives you a lot more freedom because at my old school, you can really do anything. At this school, you can create clubs, you can go for president and stuff like that.
Okay, 8th grade experience. Come on down. All right. I'm gonna let them start wherever they want. We might be going out of order, but please.
Hi, welcome. My name is Heather Polsick. I am one of the 8th grade English language arts teachers. This year, our students really built the essential skills in reading, writing, and speaking through our Study Sync novel units. So we start off the year doing a short story unit to review all of the literary elements and get them a lot of practice, a lot of at-bats, so to speak, going through the different stories, looking at themes, looking at characterization, looking at plot development, looking at different types of conflicts, writing a lot of formal academic summaries. The thing that we really try to push on in 8th grade is formal writing. We have worked with BHS over the last 12 years to really try to ensure that our 8th graders are leaving BIS, hitting the targets that BHS is expecting them to come in with. So, that is oftentimes writing in the literary present tense, that is integrating your quotations, that's doing MLA citations, that is writing in the objective third person point of view. All these little things that, we've taken what 6th and 7th grade has done with building concepts and being able to find textual evidence. And now we're really trying to make it more formalized. We're trying to make it more sophisticated prior to them going on to high school. And it takes practice. Our students have definitely learned to analyze what happens in the text, cite strong evidence, determine themes, really sophisticated themes. We're no longer looking at, oh, the theme is power. But what's the author really trying to say about power? We want to have a clear message that they can support and then analyze. We are also emphasizing a lot of academic discussions in history, in ELA. Students regularly are participating in small and whole group conversations, including Socratic seminars. This is where they're presenting ideas supported by evidence. They make connections, they ask thoughtful questions of their peers, ultimately with the purpose of trying to build on each other's ideas and even really get greater clarity on their own ideas about the topic. So all of these practices come to life through our core texts that we get through Study Sync. So we use the full novel study units versus just the excerpts
So we've read Ayn Rand's Anthem, William Golding's Lord of the Flies, The Diary of Anne Frank, a play, Walter D. Meyer's Monster, 12 Angry Men, and Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird. And each text really helped us dive deeper into those bigger thematic questions of identity, power, and justice. A special note this year during our unit on the Diary of Anne Frank, our learning was really enriched on a truly memorable day. Thanks to our wonderful parent community, we were able to welcome the California Holocaust Awareness and Action Interactive Museum to our campus. And this experience gave students the opportunity to really get an emotional connection to the history and deepen their understanding about the play's themes and context. And throughout the year, students not only became stronger readers and writers, they became thoughtful thinkers, ready to question the world around them and use their voices with purpose, which is ultimately what we believe an ideal Trojan is by the time they leave 8th grade, moving on in the future.
Hello, my name is Rosanna Brizzi. I teach 8th grade social studies. I'm one of 2 social studies teachers. This was the first year that humanities was actually divided with the 8th grade. And it actually gave us a lot of opportunity. Mr. Tinkham and I actually really embraced the opportunity to just focus on social studies inside of our classrooms. And with that, we were able to really develop some skill sets that we are guaranteeing, like research, the ability to actually dive into text, primary sources, branching off of or leading off of from what 6th grade started, and really diving into these primary sources. How do we actually use them in history? How do we actually tell apart the good, the bad, and the ugly of history, and learn it all and embrace so that as historians, we don't continue to repeat it. And so that was one of the bonuses of social studies this year. We also use a lot of simulations, especially in my class, I'm sure Henry will talk about, and many of his other classmates found it to be the most engaging, was rebuilding the American Constitution. So I take my students through reading the Constitution, breaking it down, and then they are tasked to actually being a founding father, having created their own colony. They will then create a brand new constitution for which their class actually lives under for the remainder of the school year. And we continue those types of simulations. We just did a Civil War reenactment where they were able to, and I know Mr. Tinkham plays a Civil War game where it's similar to Risk, where they really get to dive into and understand all of the concepts to the American Civil War, to truly understand why this war took place, why this war actually killed so many more Americans than any other war that we have actually faced, and how we actually came from the American Civil War into where we actually got and or currently are in 2025. And so this actually allowed for a lot of the social studies. We used the McGraw-Hill Impact textbook as part of those sources of, hey, this is where we're going to start, and how do we continue to build on, and how do we continue to develop our historical drafting skills of researching, and of course, being able to tell the difference between biased sources and sources that are going to give just the facts.
I just, first, they're amazing, and I want to give you a hand. Thank you very much. If you look at your document, the social studies is just a cut and paste of the science. So we did something, oops. So Jen Baker and I was sitting in bed doing this with her. I was trying to fix this, and I think we cut and paste wrong. So sorry, Jen, my fault. All right, sorry. But US history is 8th grade, and Impact and McGraw-Hill are what social studies is for 8th grade, okay? On that note, I'm gonna go to electives. I'm skipping a little bit here, but it's 9 o'clock almost, so I don't want to keep keeping you guys here. We've worked, as you know, we've presented a lot of course of studies to you guys to give alternatives for electives. We're, trying to really expand what we do and try to really give options for students so that they get excited about these electives. I think when you get to middle school, being able to choose, and in high school, hey, I get to choose which class I want to be in, is something that I think is really important. And I'm going to try to keep emphasizing that as I keep being the leader in BIS, because we want to show all these different options that they could take. And I'm going to keep working on that. This year, we've expanded digital art. It took us a while to get the computers, but man, that last unit that they just did in this last trimester was amazing. We have more kids wanting digital art than any other class. But It's really kind of amazing. So we're really trying to develop our elective courses to really give choice. So we're in a work in progress at this point. So we're going to keep working on that. Extracurricular, I was so proud to hear some of the kids talk about just what we have. We have an amazing leadership group. You've seen our award for peer council, the restorative justice component. We have a leadership class. We have an ASB leadership that's elected. You know, so we have clubs and we have language ambassadors. So we have lots of ways for kids to get involved. And I think, you know, it's been critical and has been a huge part of our really making BIS the best that it can be. I'm so proud of all of the work that we've done this year. I think, you know, what's hilarious is, you know, this yearbook, I'm going to start with the yearbook and I'm going to end with the yearbook. You know, when you look at this is our new mascot, and the yearbook kids, staff, the students decided this was the best cover to talk about the year, and even just have the back and the front. It's hilarious to me to say, man, we did something right. We got a new, you know, mascot. We've got pep rallies. They loved it. They got excited about it. To me, that's just saying, hey, we're doing some good stuff and we're heading in the right direction. So without further ado, I'm going to give the 8th grade voice, in the 8th grade voice, and then we're kind of done. Well, he heads off to high school.
Well, I had a lot of fun in 8th grade. For me, it was my favorite year of BIS. It was like just a great way to wrap up my BIS experience. I really enjoyed my ELA classes, my social studies, KBIS, and my science classes. I really learned a lot, and I made some new friends, strengthened my friendships. And I mean, overall, I got involved. You know, it was really fun. I like have huge thanks to all the teachers of 8th grade.
Got involved is an understatement. He's here. you got a measure past. Anyway, that's our presentation, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Sorry it was so much, but we have 3 full grades and a lot to cover. So,
any questions?
I just want to say thank you for the year, but I love this kind of thing, so I'm really glad to take one. It's always fantastic.
Thank you all very much. It's wonderful.
Thanks.
Before we go, you talked about your injury. I got after you heard the line of duty. Can you say
I'm going to be very blunt. So it was during Memorial Day weekend, and on Sunday, I was in Pebble Beach playing pickleball with former mayor Donna Colson and Hoover RTI specialist Adriana Viero and their husbands. And I was a little too active and I was really trying to crush the other team as doubles. I took over for Adriana and popped my Achilles tendon. Surgery next week. Anyway, thank you very much.
Have a good summer. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Next, we'll be talking about the bell schedule. Mr. Bayo.
Yes, great. Haven't bring forth the 25-26 bell schedule for approval. Few notes to look at is that two schools, Lincoln, Washington, Roosevelt, added a extra lunch period or time during their instructional minutes for the way they cut their instructional minutes to account for the added TK, make sure everyone's getting adequate time at lunch. The other schools already had it or had a system that they felt could adjust. So there's definitely a conversation piece amongst the principals as they decided on the instructional minutes. Other than that, everything lines up.
Any questions on the side? It is voting item. If someone like to make a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the elementary bell schedules.
I will second. If all those in favor?
Aye.
Laura, you are up next. Student and staff demographic presentation.
I believe last time that we had this presentation was in January 2024. So this is some interesting data to take a look at. The purpose for this study is that we continue to strive to have students see and recognize themselves in the adult staff who serve our school sites and in leadership positions. And we have been working on our staff empowers and utilizing inclusive hiring practices. So there's a few charts for us to look through. Are you all able to follow along?
We do have copies, thank you.
It's just, it's okay to proceed.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first slide following the purpose for this study includes BSD all staff, so that means certificated and classified staff. I tried to make sure that the colors corresponded so that you could see the different demographics both in the staff and their corresponding color students. It does not include substitutes, that is one parent. So this is our most recent data. If you scroll down, you're able to see we added historical data. I do need to note though that our it is certificated staff only that we're highlighting historically, so it doesn't include classified or substitutes. And you can move on through 22 and 23, and there's some summaries at the end, but you can look and see the variations in the different representation over the years. It's changed. And I'm going to continue through 23 and 24. What is interesting once you reach 24, 25 is that we are seeing some shifts. So the findings, if you want to summarize or if you want to look consistently, I made a chart where you could kind of see the trends. We see a decreasing certificated staff and students in our white populations, increasing certificated staff and students in our Asian populations, slightly decreasing certificated staff and increasing students in our Hispanic populations, although that is pretty closely aligned in students and staff, which is interesting to see over time. We are seeing increasing certificated staff and consistent students for our Filipino population. And then this year, we also started looking at folks and students who identify as 2 or more races. And I think that we will probably see an increasing trend in as I think families and students as they become more comfortable with reflecting their different identities. So it will be interesting to see that data continue over the year. Some new information for 24-25 is I broke apart looking at the classified staff and BSC students. Was it just interesting to see the different variations, and also our substitute staff and students. So those are 2 interesting components that we have in the previous. There are some frequently asked questions about what happens when a student reports as declined to state or unspecified. And then we categorize students who choose those as 2 or more races, and then how races using consistent methodology. So how our students whose caretakers respond to yes to the first question is a student Hispanic or Latinx, are also identified as another race ethnicity reported, and students counted as Hispanic or Latinx of any race in the aggregate. And how should students who identify as not Hispanic or Latinx and identify with more than one race be reported? We use 2 or more races. And then why are certain race ethnicity categories not reported? And this is consistent in most reporting for education. It's to protect student confidentiality. So we do not report student groups of fewer than 10 students. What are the things that we're doing to really broaden and expand our recruitment in light of these goals to make sure that our students can see themselves reflected in our staff? We have increased university partnerships for student teachers and interns, so we are increasing our MOUs, and we're really trying to build especially strong relationships with universities like San Jose and San Francisco. We have worked, and I need to give a lot of credit to
Principal Garcia Fernandez, and to work with the Visiting Teachers Program with Spain and the California Department of Education. We are doing a lot of potential pathway coaching with current staff, and I need to give our HR technician Ariel Ray credit. She does a wonderful job of bringing folks in, making sure we understand our next steps and getting the credential and what options we have available. And then we are encouraging San Mateo County program opportunities. I'm very excited that we have classified staff participating in trainings that are taking place this summer. So we're really trying to find folks who are interested in growing in their training and their capacity to become a part of our team and expand their options of pathways. So it's an exciting work. A lot of variables, and it takes a lot of work to bring all variables together, but it's exciting. If there are any questions at all?
Are there any questions? This is a informational item, so we will not be voting. Questions for Laura? Thank you. We will now move on to the public hearing for the local control accountability plan. Now, the public meeting. Your comments on this item. Mr. Prevail. Oh, sorry, thank you. Now close the public hearing. Thank you. Mr. Prevail, we'll now move on to item 16F.
Yes, thank you, everybody. So I'm bringing the first read of the LCAP tonight. So I'm going to go quickly through kind of brief presentations on the LCAP and what's in it. I know you've all had it and really read through it, and then we'll have time for questions. So we're going to go through it real quick. We looked.
We haven't.
Yeah, that's fine. That the audience doesn't. The LCAP is a 3-year plan, and so we're in the first kind of year, the second year of the LCAP, the first year of kind of review as we go through it. To do that, we have I laid out kind of what the next few years look for as we move forward. Moving to our community engagement, we had the Thought Exchange platform captured 1,852 students, 143 staff members, and 325 parents. Totally, we had 2,300 participants in our Thought Exchange. We also met as a local local control accountability committee 4 times this year, and this is also presented at the district advisory committee as well as the English Learner Advisory Committee. Key findings of the surveys were that there were some clear priorities. Students prioritized improved facilities, mostly around bathrooms, technology, mental health support, and enrichment opportunities. Parents were focused on small class sizes, teacher retention, and enhanced student support services. And the staff emphasized reduced class sizes, also increased support staff, improved compensation, and professional development. The common themes, though, across all of them were teacher quality and retention, class size reduction, and student support services. That was all taken into account when completing the LCAP. Our goals in the LCAP that were written in the first pass were to create a multi-tiered student support, to have targeted student supports, to improve student with disabilities achievement, to improve school climate and attendance improvement. So in goal 1, we had a successful implementation of supporting these practices academy this year with a significant reduction in suspensions, which were in green performance indicators for the dashboard. We maintained a 0% expulsion rate. We improved our CAS science scores from 61.81% to 64.15%, which is significant. And we increased properly credentialed teachers from just under 90% to 92%. So moving forward, though, we're going to continue to make incremental to substantial gains, implementing the professional learning communities framework, supporting workplace growth for more Burlingame educators. In goal 2, we see mixed results emerge for targeting student populations, notable successes
consistent challenges. So key successes included improvements, K2 improvements, 11% baseline overall math improvements of 4.1% above baseline for K2 students, and grade 2 is showing exceptional improvement in reading. And also, as we said, 172 students being reclassified as English proficiency tests, which we talked about earlier. Some gaps still persist. English learners still need some support, as well as ELA and SED population that we will continue to work on both ELA and math. For student with disabilities, progress. Still, there's some ongoing needs. The successes included the academy, as we said. We trained a large population of our staff, and, at least the basics of universal science and learning principles. We had improving our local ELA assessment, but we also declining class performance in our students. We did adjust the goal. I think we just talked about maybe we did. No, it wasn't. We did adjust one note. We did adjust the goal down to 50%, achieving at from at least 80%. Moving to slide 4. The school climate data from the 24-25 California Healthy Kids Survey had positive trends. There are strong results of 81% school connectedness amongst our 5th graders and 91% being safe. 7th graders, 75% felt safe, which is 8% above the base. So areas of improvement, we're still working on school connectedness with our middle school students. Some of the things that Principal Mann was talking about will help with that. And motivation actually amongst 5th graders declined, which is something to communicate. Goal 5, attendance improvement, significant successes in attendance improvement, which is something that we were in differentiated systems for, which we are now monitoring partnerships with how to differentiate. Significant successes in attendance improvement highlighted district effective interventions. We reduced chronic absenteeism by 12.8% to 9.4%, going from red to the green in the dashboard, which is significant. And however, we still have some challenges reaching the 97.2 attendance target. Also, specific groups, English learners have 18.3% chronic absenteeism. Our homeless students, 4.29 chronic absenteeism, and our SEDs, 22.1%. So some of our targeting groups still need to be addressed. So the key challenges, like I said, across achieving gaps for English learners consistently underperformed across multiple measures. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students are also scoring below standards in ELA and math. Students with disabilities show declining CAS. So these are the big things that we're looking at. Moving to how we're going to do it, slide 12. So what we're looking at when we talk about the district priorities is, Marla and I disagree with the title, but we agree on the message, which is back to basics, which is going back to where we were before. A very systematic look at data across our school system. In order to do that, we need a system that's consistent across the district. We need similar assessments, the same assessments, the same data review process, making sure that our teachers are giving supports, giving timeframes to get the right, collect the right data at the right time, so then we can assess and make improvements and can act in a faster fashion. Right now, we're relying on CAS in kind of end of the year kind of assessments to guide our work. We need to look at something that's more immediate and more relevant to what's going on in your class faculty. So creating systems like that, be it through PLCs or be it through just data talks, is where you have to. And then also do a robust NPSS plan, not just for academics, also social emotional needs, behavioral needs. So that's where we're going. So to do that, like I said, here we're going to expand this over time for learning implementation. Actually, we're going to talk more about assessment accountability, just even on this level, meaning that I plan to bring more kind of quick data reviews about how we're doing next year to the board, so we can work more kind of as we go forward.
Yeah, I'm really excited to hear more about the formative and summative assessments this time, but wonderful. Are there other questions? Comments? Right. Amen.
Oh, okay. Hell, I know it's a question.
He was good at that. We'll move on to the art, music, and instructional materials. Dawn and Marie.
So, this is the arts, music, construction materials discretionary block grant. We updated based on, current expenditures and next year's budget. We received a total of $2,033,334 for the grant. This is, good until next June 2026. This is one-time money, and all of the funds have to be spent by June 30th, 2026. There's like 6 major focus areas, and we're planning to spend 1.1 million this year, and then the rest 856,000 next year. This grant actually helped balance our budget this last couple of years because we were able to use a lot of the funding for discretionary site funds as well as materials and supplies, sort of programs, and also we're also able to support our maintenance and transportation programs as well. So this is just an update and review.
This is a voting item, correct?
Yes.
What would you like the board to vote on if you can just for us?
Sorry?
And what specifically would you like me to vote on?
Oh, to approve the updated revised arts and music construction materials discussion.
It's a long title.
It's an aggregate for short.
All right, does anyone have any questions, or would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move approval.
Is there a second? Thank you, Katie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll move on to business and finance. I know Richard has been creeping closer as the meeting's gone on. So. Item 17A, business and finance. First item is the BSG lighting replacement.
Thank you. I do have to share very quickly. One, Cooper was kicked out of music by our music teacher, Simon, when he was in 8th grade, 2 weeks into the semester, which was probably about a week later than he should have been kicked out. Great night, great celebration. Thank you. You want me to?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So as you see in the material that we presented on this item or included in the board exhibit, excuse me, with the state assembly bill that was referenced, banning the sale and distribution of fluorescent light fixtures, the district is now in a position of needing to replace fluorescent light fixtures throughout various locations at each of the campuses. So in doing research as to what options existed for doing that replacement, of course, the district would proceed with replacement that is at its own cost under the bond program perhaps, et cetera. But there is a interest-free loan available through PG&E that we could avail ourselves of and move forward with that replacement. The assessment, as you've seen, constitutes $566,000 worth of lighting replacement. Now, if this moves forward and the board acts to approve putting applications into PG&E, we would work with the consultant specifically on exactly which of these fixtures do, in fact, need to be replaced as part of this
loan program. In other words, there are some light fixtures based on an audit that was done by the consultant. The audit just came out and did a blanket audit of each of the sites to identify where the fluorescent light fixtures still exist at each of the campuses. We identified some areas that are in the path of forthcoming construction. So obviously, for example, at the Franklin admin building where they identified some fixtures, we would exclude those because it's already included in the package that was bid, and we want to get those replaced as quickly as possible. And so it will be included as part of the construction. Alternatively, we could work with the consultant to see, okay, could we still proceed with the buyout, and perhaps we would do that if the timing works for the construction project, to do the buyout under this loan program and get the light fixtures via this loan interest-free to provide those to the contractor for that project. That's just one example. Additionally, there are light fixtures that have been identified at the Lincoln buildings that are in the path of what's forthcoming construction would include removing those buildings at the frontage of the school. So we may opt to not include those fixtures as part of this loan for the replacement and just exclude those. But what's before you this evening, in short, is a request for permission to move forward with the PG&E consultant, in this case, Green Energy professionals, to put the applications in to PG&E. So the way it would work is GE would compile the applications, put them into PG&E. PG&E then reviews the application, and if we qualify for the interest-free loan, PG&E approves the application, and then we could move forward with the procurement and the installation of the light fixtures. As Omar is here somewhere, as Omar has explained to us on a couple of occasions recently, he's in a position of having light fixtures that do not have fluorescent lights. So we need to do something immediately to either replace those if those can't be done this summer, or move forward with this and get those replaced as the most urgent need. You can't get light fixtures, fluorescent light lamps any longer because of the ban on sale of the lights. So that's the request that's before you this evening. It's requesting permission to direct staff to move forward with the consultant with the applications in PG and see if we can qualify for this interest-free loan.
Any questions for Richard?
The financial impact that's here for short term to engage a consultant is not.
Correct. The consultant is paid by PG, so they're paid through the loan process, and so it's no cost to the district for the consulting services that we obtained so far for the audit, and then moving forward, the consultant again is paid by PG as part of the loan process.
Richard, in the event the application gets approved before the next board meeting, do we want to get authorization?
Yeah.
From our superintendent?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so what's sort of buried in there because of the where we're at in terms of the schedule and moving into the summer months. The process will be that if the applications do, what we're hearing from the consultant GE is that there have been instances, because they've done this work for multiple school districts throughout Northern California. PG&E might approve the application within a couple of weeks' time. And if that's the case, then we could move forward with them and sign the loan process or the loan documents with PG&E, superintendent would sign those, and move forward with the installation, like I said, this summer. So we're asking for that as adjunct to the approval of the agenda item this evening to direct the superintendent to enter into that agreement with PG if the application is approved.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve and spell it out there for the record. Motion is.
Yeah, I'll move to approve and delegate the authority to proceed to Marla if PG&E approves.
I will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. PSD maintenance garage, bid results and rejection of all bids.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so as you see in the board exhibits, we received 3 bids for the project, ranging from 1.6 million to
over $2 million for the new maintenance garage that we were hoping to install. I said, we're telling staff that hope is not a plan, that we wanted to install, up at the maintenance area, near the wing line of World Buildings, that Omar and his team occupied. However, as you also see in the board write-up on the exhibit, our budget that we were carrying in the program is approximately $1 million all in for the project. The architect's last estimate for the project, based on the size that we had increased it to, the CSA processing that we were going through, their estimate was 1.3 million, and the lowest bid came in at 1.6 million. So, in talking this through with Superintendent Silversmith and CBA Dela Cruz, we came to the conclusion that we couldn't possibly recommend to the board that we proceed and accept even the lowest bid at 1.6 million to pay 1.6 million for, while that may be the going rate based on current escalation costs, current tariff impacts, etc., that may be the going rate. Nonetheless, we can't, despite our wishes, we can't confidently recommend that we accept these that low bid that can proceed with the project. So we're recommending rejection of all bids and canceling the project as a correct response.
Thank you for your candor on that. I was on the owners committee when it was much smaller projected budget for this site.
Right.
So,
Yeah, my original estimates were $600,000.
Yeah.
The size increased, and we subsequently then increased, some additional fencing increases. We increased that estimate for the construction to $900,000 to $1 million, and that's where the budget stood. But yeah, as we've heard in our conversations with contractors, whether the tariff impacts are real or not yet, they are hearing from their subcontractors that impacts are on concrete, steel, and aluminum. This project consists of concrete slab, a steel frame, and an aluminum shell for the building. And so whether the tariff impacts are real or not, what we're hearing from their subcontractors is that they're nervous about cost increases, and therefore that's affecting their bid pricing.
May I ask you, if the board does reject this, will you periodically monitor this in terms of costs are coming down? Because it is an important project. And I remember you and Omar going over resupply last year.
Yes.
And I understand why you're recommending the rejection, but it is something we should keep an eye on.
Absolutely.
So will you get back to us if you feel,
Sure.
to the owners committee, if you feel it's time to look into it again?
Of course, no, that's an excellent plan. We actually have the contractor that is the low bidder, two of the contractors, Beals Martin and Rodan Builders. They're actually going to be working with the district. Beals Martin will be doing the Franklin admin operations. Rodan, as you know, is currently doing the deal. They're going to be working on the BIS admin building. They're going to be working on the BIS building on a project with the lease back contract. So we could stay in contact with them and of course query them as to whether or not they feel that some of the subcontractor pricing is coming down, and see if there's a window at some point in the future in which we could move forward with a project like this. The plans wouldn't necessarily go stale, of course, because the architect was preparing the plans and processing the submittal to GSA, etc. Now they halted because we told them to. But we could resurrect the project at some point if that's a good strategy.
Are there any questions on this item? Right, and I will make a motion to approve the rejection of all bids for BST maintenance project. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Tanya. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. All bids are rejected.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to update for the governor's 25-26 state budget May revise. Maria.
So,
Thank you, Richard.
as you know, the governor presented his May revise in May, and he was focused on addressing the budget deficit, and where he's using a combination of reductions, borrowing funding shifts, deferrals, and expenditures that would be activated or insufficient revenues materialize. We also had an emphasis on federal policies and impacts on the California foreign trade. He's projecting both lower revenues and increased costs of healthcare in the current year and in the near term. In terms of, risk to the economy and state, there's some discussion about the unemployment rate going up in the budget year, and also anticipated cuts to federal programs that will put pressure on state budget to backfill some of those losses. And there's some lawsuits in California that's going to impact the budget against the government. The big three revenues projected to be lower by 4.8 billion over the 3-year budget period. In terms of how this impacts our school district and the LCFF, which is our main source of funding, the LCFF is increased by COLA, cost of living adjustment, by 2.3%. You can see there's 3 different grade spans that we receive base grant for ADA, the TK3, and grades 4 through 6, and then grades 7 through 8. So there's an increase of 2.3% in base grant, which is about $231 to $241. There's also a grade band adjustment for each of the grade spans as well for ADA, and for supplemental, we get 20% more for our uneducated pupil students. And for TK, we do receive an add-on of $5,545 for AK. So overall, how that impacts our LCFF, the funding that we'll be projecting for next year is $11,633 for ADA, based on 3,324 ADA, and the total projected revenue in LCFF is 38.6. Our president also has his proposed budget that will maintain Title I and special ed funding. He's looking at a simplified funding program for K-12, which is $2 billion for 18 consolidated formula and competitive grants. He's planning to eliminate the adult education budget, and also Title III and minor ed. Title III is the English funding. Oh, and the non-defense reduced by $163 billion for 2020, including education. Some of the planning factors that are built into our proposed adopted budget are the planning bullets for 26-27 and 27-28, which is 2 out years. We're looking at 3.2% for next year. I mean, the first subsequent year, 26-27, and then 3.42% 27. The CalSTRS employer rate pretty much stays the same at 19.1%. The CalPERS goes up a little bit from 26.81% in 25-26 to 26.9, 27.8. That's for the classified employer rate. The right now, the unemployment insurance is showing at 0.05, but there's potential that will go up. The lottery for ADA is pretty much the same. You get $191 per ADA for the unrestricted lottery and $82 for restricted. The mandate block grant we also get per ADA, and COLA is applied to this block grant. As you can see, it goes up every year based on COLA. That's just a quick summary of the May revise. Not much, unfortunately, in terms of any additional funding or any major changes.
Thank you. Are there questions for Marie regarding the state budget May revise? Thank you, Marie. We'll move on to the public hearing. It's budget, now open the public hearing. Are there any comments for anyone wishing to speak on this matter? I ain't seen none. Close the public hearing. On to item 17E, proposed but adopted budget, first reading.
So this proposed adopted budget is for July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. We are required to submit a budget to the San Mateo County Office of Education by July 1. The adopted budget is different from the first and second interim reports, where it's not about positive, negative, or qualified certification. They either approve it, conditionally approve, which means they approve it with certain conditions, or it's not approved. The final state budget normally is approved by the legislature and signed by the governor by the end of June. The revenues for next year total 57.3 million. We are still in LCFF for next year, not basic aid. The assumption is that federal funds pretty much stay status quo, and it does include other state funds, including lottery and Prop 28 funds. The local funds include our BCE Foundation donation, as well as our parcel taxes. Now included in our budget is the HMGG. Oh, and by the way, this new budget, adopted budget, was developed using our new financial system. The County Office of Education is going into a brand new financial system known as Frontline ERP, also known as SCAPE. So as of July 1, we will no longer have our current system, which is Compass Financial 2000. The county is fully implemented as of July 1. And this is one of the charts that comes from that program. So it's so on the local control funding formula, our base grant is about 34.6 million. It's based on the ADA of 3,324, and the UPP percentage is at 25.4%, which gives us a supplemental funds projection of about 1.8 million. I know there's a question from the board about potentially that going down a little bit because of the fact that we may not be collecting the data like we used to. So there is a chance that could go down at 1.8 million, but it shouldn't go down too much because the UPP is based on a 3-year goal. So the total funding with all the add-ons and supplemental and grade span adjustments is 38.6, 38.7. We also have contributions from the unrestricted general fund to our restricted programs. The contribution for special ed next year is projected at 4.9 million, and for the routine strategic maintenance account 2.2. Total of 7.1 million contribution from our unrestricted general. On the expenditures, we're projecting a total of 55.7 million in expenditures. 83% of that is salaries and benefits, and about 3% comes from supplies, and 15% from services and other operating expenditures. The total of what we spend on dollars for ADA is about $16,707 per. So how does that impact our general fund balance? Our revenues less expenditures for next year is projecting a deficit of about 600,000. We have a beginning fund balance of 4 million, so decreased by the 600,000. Our ending fund balance about 3.4 million. So in that 3.4 million, we do have committed funds of 1 million, which includes the 500,000 for facilities improvements, as well as the reserve we have for basic aid status. And we have assigned reserves for 600,000 and reserve for economic uncertainties of 120. That's what we set that 3.4. And when we're looking at our multi-year projections, again, we're using the assumption factors for COLA in 2 out years of 3.12% and 4.2. The STIRS rate stays the same at 2.1. The first rates go up from 26.8 to 27.8. And then second column increase for salaries is 2%. And there's a 5% increase in health and welfare in the assumptions. And as far as enrollment projections for the next couple of years, in 25-26, our enrollment projection is at 3,445. For 26-27, it's 3,407. And then 27-28 is 3,350. So it's pretty steady. The ADA to enrollment ratio is about 96%. So the ADA for next year is 3,304 and 3,200% following year and 3,240. So for the 2 out years, we're looking at a deficit of about 500,000 in 26-27 and 800,000 in 27-28. And this is just on the unrestricted side. So our fund balance will go from 4 million next year down to 2.1 million in 27. And the reserve for economic uncertainties is 9.6% next year, 9.3% following year, and 7%. So I know the board has a 10% minimum, so I'll have to make some adjustments to that minimum. In reducing expenditures or at least to increase revenues. The other funds, we have our cafeteria fund, deferred maintenance fund, and our special reserves for uncertainties, the building fund, which is the bond fund, the capital facilities fund 25 is developer fees, and then fund 40, the capital outlay reserves, that's where we have our new set aside for turf replacement as part of our MOU with the city of Burlingame. And Fund 51 is small interest and redemptions that's normally controlled by the county. And the retiree fund, which we added this year, is not showing up in our status report. This represents the funds that we have in the SERP account for OPEB, other post-employment benefits. And then the foundation trust fund of 60,000. The next slide is something new. AB 2561 became effective January 1st, 2025, and requires school districts, public agencies to present vacancies at least once per school year and have a public hearing. So we're including it in our adopted budget public hearing. We, right now, currently for the 25-26 school year, the certificated positions, it's based on 193 FTEs. We have 177 of those FTEs currently filled, and that represents 9.17% in vacancies. For classified, out of 96 FTEs, we have 78.5 filled, which represents 18% in vacancies. So what's next? We'll be bringing this back at the June 17th board meeting for adoption. And if there are any major changes after the governor signs the budget, there's a 45-day budget revision requirement that usually happens in August. The year-end actuals for the 24-25 budget year will be presented in September. There's the first interim in December that will provide an opportunity to adjust the 25-26 budget, and then the full cycle starts again in the second. So in summary, our 25-26 proposed budget does project a deficit of $610,000 in the unrestricted general fund. We have a multi-year projection with deficits in 26-27 and 27-28. However, we are still able to maintain over the 3% minimum that is required. And at the next board meeting, we recommend approval to adopt this 25-26 budget. Final budget should be approved by the governor, legislature by June. And any changes will be presented to the board within 45 days.
This is a informational item. We are not voting, but are there any questions from Marie?
No question. I have a comment though. Just state the obvious. We have a 3-year deficit in our multi-year projections. Doesn't yet include salary increases for current negotiations. So just want to highlight that we still have work to do on balancing the budget sustainably.
Further questions or comments? We'll move on to item 17F, fund balance in excess of 3% minimum reserve requirements. This is a voting item. Marie.
Yes, so we are required to provide reasons why our reserves is more than 50%. And this is mostly because we do have a board policy that has a requirement of at least 2%. And this just provides that information so that we're able to carry reserves for forward.
Any questions on this item? Would anyone like to make a motion? Thank you, Nicole. There's a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Titania. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item 17G, resolution 24-25, authorizing the county controller for the parcel tax, right?
So now that we've passed the parcel tax, the county is asking us for a resolution that spells out the parts of the parcel tax and the way that the parcel tax is going to be levied. So this basically provides the information to the county.
Are there any questions before we vote on this item? Someone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Doug. Is there a second? Thank you, Katie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Before we go on to the last few items on our document, we do have a board policy that all meetings have to end by 10 p.m. They can be extended by an approved motion, but that motion must state the time needed, so would be proposed end time. We do have a number of closed session items. Superintendent Silversmith, we have a recommendation as to how much time we will need, and then give us a cushion in case there's more.
I would say 11:30.
I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't want people to say it.
Yeah, I would say either.
Yeah. All right, I will make a motion that we extend our board meeting to 11:30 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
I was very reluctant. Second. Thank you, Nicole, for the second. All those in favor? Aye. So all of you, so that's aye, that's 5-0. The meeting will be extended till 11:30 p.m. We'll move on to item 18, statement of board members. Oh,
So many field trips. Very exciting field day today. I am 95% of the way done with my master governance classes. They did let me walk from graduation. I have 2 more hours.
okay.
I just want to, as we're getting close to the end of the school year, I just want to thank everyone for all of their hard work this year. Seeing all these little happy faces at all of our school sites every day, it just makes everything we do worth it. So I just wanted to thank you.
Nothing. I also have nothing to report. Move on to item 19, public statements related to non-agenda items. Just in my diligence here, I believe these folks have left. But Francis Kim, present. Amy Strang, present. No, any more public statements related to non-agenda items?
Whether or not.
Okay. Item 20, board requested items. I would aim board members. I think we're all done, right, in terms of bold items.
We are.
And there were cell phones coming up here.
Amy Strang's walking in.
Oh, is that what Mrs. Baker was trying to indicate to me? Oh, you can just yell at me.
Am I too late?
No, not at all. You earned it.
The kids are good.
Your little one did excellent.
Paper.
I
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to go after the time. I had another paper. Oh, you don't have. Oh, Jen's got it. Thanks. Alright. So. Hopefully you can see how important this is to me.
Yes, please.
And my family, but I think the McKinley community in general. My name is Amy Strang. My son is a 3rd grader at McKinley, going into 4th grade this August. The Gold Rush trip has been a staple of the McKinley experience since well before I became a Bulldog as a teacher in 2012. It's a 2-night overnight trip up into the foothills of Sacramento Gold Country. And it's been something my son has been excited about and looking forward to for years. It's something that McKinley's 4th grade teachers are extremely passionate about, something that students remember for the rest of their education, and something parents appreciate for the meaningful experiential learning that lasts a lifetime. And that's why it came as a shock when I heard at a staff meeting that the district would no longer allow the Gold Rush trip starting this fall. So I'm here tonight just to, as a parent, to express my strong opposition to the decision to eliminate the Gold Rush trip. The educational experience has provided a lot of value to students in so many ways, and I just think it would be a shame to remove the opportunity from our students. So I'd like to make the board aware that 4th grade teachers, which I'm not, I'm a parent, parents and students strongly urge the Burlingame School District administration to reconsider this decision. And I hope we can work together. The teachers and staff are really willing to work together to cross any hurdles preventing this wonderful, important milestone in students' educational journey. So that students for years, not just my own son, had experienced the magic of this Gold Rush.
Thank you, Amy. As some of you may know, when non-agenda items, we can't respond, even though we.
Amy, we need a blue card.
Even though we appreciate, Amy, it's been a very long day for you. Thank you.
1.5 more.
Thank you, Amy. I'm sorry we can't respond in this format.
Right.
We are on now. We will now recess to close session at 9:53 p.m.
Are we on?